Our expectations, our objectives for the training to enlighten you on Excel versions and features, for participants, intimate you with the knowledge of formulas and functions. We know Excel has to do with a lot of formulas, a lot of functions. As somebody said, the more you use it, the better you get at it. Learning it now and jumping it would not be effective. But as you are learning it, we expect that you use it more often. And the more you use it, the better you get at it. We'll be able to share with you first level visualization, number formatting. We'll talk about the VLOOKUP, the HLOOKUP, conditional formatting, cell referencing, pivot table, data analysis, the if, the sum if, the count if, different functions and formulas as we go along these 3 days. And taking us through the session is Mr. Abraham Enila. He's a highly accomplished professional with a strong background in data analysis, financial modeling, business intelligence. He holds multiple certifications, including Microsoft Excel Expert, Advanced Data Analysis, Google Data Analytics, and Financial Modeling from CFI. With over 2 decades of experience, Abraham has developed deep expertise in handling and training individuals and teams in Microsoft Office applications, ranging from basic to advanced levels, and this includes but is not limited to Microsoft Excel, Word, Project, PowerPoint. He possesses a comprehensive understanding of structured query language, that's the SQL, business intelligence solutions, and Python data analytics, enabling him to provide valuable insights and visualization to support informed decision-making. He's passionate for empowering individuals and organizations in evidence in his role as a leadership and business development coach. Through his guidance and mentorship, he has helped professionals enhance their skills, improve productivity, and achieve their career goals. Please welcome Mr. Abraham Enila to take us through this next 3 days on Excel. Thank you, Mr. Abraham. You have the floor now. I'll stop sharing so you can go ahead and share with us. Enjoy the class. If you have any question, like I said, please drop them in the chat box. You can use the raise hand option and it will give you the opportunity to ask your question. Thank you, Mr. Enila.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Oluwayemisi. Okay, thank you so much. It's nice to be here. I was telling somebody beside me here that the best part of every training is actually the introduction level, where you get to know the people you are training and their focus. Okay, so what are they looking? What are their expectations? And it's quite good. Particularly, I like the IT guy that spoke about having the knowledge of Excel so that he will be able to assist people in day-to-day. You know, many people expect that because someone is called an IT guy, this guy should know everything about computer. But you see, IT guys are trained to handle some of key hardware issues, configurations, email clients, and other things, not particularly focused on how you use it, because they don't, if an IT person, for instance, does not use Excel on daily basis, does not use Word on daily basis, he can't solve a Word problem for you. So, but it's good that we have IT people in this type of training so that at least this type of thing will also help that IT person to have that knowledge and then help people around. Okay, so, and then I've had other people also spoke about the VLOOKUP, very nice tool, very powerful tool, and then pivot table and others. Okay, so please, I want to be sure I can share my screen from here. So I'd like to share my screen. I hope I've been given the permission to do that. Okay. So if you can see my screen, please give me a yes in the chat session. the screen I'm sharing. If you can see it, just help me with a yes in the chat session. Okay. Okay, yes. Oh, very nice. Okay, so now I have shared a file. Thank you. I've shared 2 files, which we'll be using, and then more files will come. So if you have been able to download those files, just give me the word download. Because if I say you should say yes, we will not know which yes you are responding to. Whether it's, you can see, you know. So I shared 2 files. I shared 2 files, a Excel statistical function, and then pivot table file. Pivot table. Well, the file is named pivot table. Oh, thank you. So some people have been able to download. Yes, Adiswa, Onita, download. Etel, thank you. Download. Yes, Justina downloaded. Thank you. Okay, so please get that file. It's in the chat session. The files are in the chat session. You see them there. Download the files, create a folder. So this is how this works. Create a folder, maybe on your desktop or in your My Documents. Name that folder as, name the folder as Basic and Advanced Excel, if you may, and then all files that you collect, all files that you create from the training, you drop them in the folder. That's a good one for you, so that after this training, you have something to fall back to, okay? You have something to fall back to. Okay, so thank you, Madam Isabella, for doing that. Please, you can always share the files for people to download if they missed it. Because if somebody is just joining the Zoom training, you might have missed the file.
I've not been able to download.
Please do it in the chat session. Thank you, sir. Make your comment in the chat session. Make your comment in the start session. Please mute your mic. Mute. Okay, so Mr. Kenneth, can you bring your complaint here to the chat session so that I can attend to that? Okay. Please do it. One thing about me is when I'm training, my eyes is always on the chat. I'm someone who has developed my training environment, virtual environment, to see a lot of things happening at the same time. I can see you, even if your camera is on, I can see you. I have four screens in my front. So I can see chat in the different section. I can see this, I can see that. So, you can't download. So all you just need to do is click that button that is beside in the chat session. You see a blue button that shows an arrow down, or the one that is beside at the top right now. Once you just click on that button, it will give you opportunity to save as. Then just send it directly to your folder. Send it directly to your folder. Okay. All right. So, yes, Ozichi, I hope you got the instruction on how to download. So and then check your internet connection also. All right. So admin can lock down the mute everybody so that you don't have interruption here and there. All right, so let's go to our work. My name is Abraham Enila, and I'm here to do what I can to help you in Excel. Let me just give you a brief introduction. Okay, the other one is a general one. When it comes to my journey in Excel, it's about 30 years now, okay? About 30 years now, and I have not left it. So I started with Lotus 1, 2, 3, actually with VisiCalc, but VisiCalc was basically those environments. So we used to do some keystroke, and then this wasn't a very friendly environment. Then Lotus came, gave us a more user-friendly, and then we had the cells, and we're doing a lot of things. And then we're using for word processing, we're using WordPerfect. For database management, we're using DBase, DBase 2, DBase 3, DBase 4, DBase 5, DBase 5 for Windows. And also, I came from that generation. Then Excel came. Microsoft came with their bundle. So they gave us Excel. They gave us Word to replace our WordPerfect. They gave us PowerPoint was not there then. They gave us Outlook for our email client system, and then other things. And Outlook used to be an Exchange server. What it means is that you couldn't use the Outlook for internet kind of exchange of information. It has to be within the organization. So you build a server and all those stuff. So so that was where we came from, and then we started enjoying what Excel could give us, and then we have what we call it, updates, and we are here today. So for me, I have not stopped. And somebody was saying, I want to learn everything about Excel. So I can tell you that you can't learn everything. Because if I said I'm in it for 30 years, and I have somebody around me was listening to what somebody said, everything, and the person threw that question straight to me, said, "Do you know everything in Excel?" I said, I know a lot in Excel, but I don't know everything. And the reason is because there's something that has been dropped. There are new updates. There are lots of functions and tools, perspective. So what some of us are going to be getting in this training will be probably perspective, how to do these things better. The way you are looking, I like that word that I saw during the introduction. And I used to say, learn, unlearn, relearn. Because there are certain ways you think you've been doing something, and somebody comes your way and changes your whole approach and gives you a better one. So so this platform is for you to probably unlearn the hard way, that you've been doing some certain things. I have a friend who used to handle reports for his church, RCCG, remittance, and he uses Excel to do the remittance. So this is the way I see him handle values. So if you look at my screen, so it will have a lot of figures like this, and then probably want to add them, and then you will do like this, equals this plus this plus this plus this. And if he has 20, 30, 100, this is what he's going to do. And they respect him, give him twale in their church. Oh, Excel man, the best Excel man in this church. Our brother knows Excel very well. So one day I was looking at him and I said, Oga, what are you doing? He said, this is what I do in Excel, and I've been doing it for about something years. He mentioned it. I said, okay, so the time is not the issue. How long is not the issue now, but the knowledge is the key. It's just one simple solution. I said, Oga, look at it. Equal sign. SUM. Open bracket. Highlight your range. Close your bracket. Press enter. He said, ah! Ah! I said, so now you can spend, I mean, the more values you have to deal with, the longer your task. In my own case, it doesn't have anything to do with how big the data is. It is the tool. So if it has to add 2,000 values, he's going to beg for time to do it. I mean, sit down there and do it. I mean, but for me, 2,000 values is nothing, because once I bring it into the sum function, I get my answer. So part of the things we are going to be learning in these 3 days is how to work smart. Because that's my own key. That's the way I approach life. It's not difficult, hard. My slogan is life is not that difficult. It's only difficult when people make it difficult. So if I choose to smile even when there's no money in my pocket, it's because I like to approach life from that angle. So I smile and I make my life better. So whatever I approach in life, I want to make it simple. So I'm going to make Excel simple for you, okay? Take you from the hardship and then bring you into the soft life. So probably you now consider me as the next president of Nigeria, so that I can make life easy for everybody. At least this Excel will make you to be sure that I can do it. Okay, don't smile, oh. Just let's focus. All right, so let's start from the beginning. Wow. So I have people who said they are intermediate. I have people who said they have been in it and whatever. So, but let's do this. Let's help those who are just coming from beginning, okay? So what we are going to do, we are not going to jump into what I have here. I think I've been giving Excel functions, blah, 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 blah. All right, so let me look at the chat session. I hope we've been able to get the file downloaded. But just be doing that. Be doing that while I take you through some introduction to our work environment. It's very important. We are supposed to start with basic formulas and functions, sum, average, count, etc. The etc, I've added it in the files. Formatting, sorting, and all those stuff. Oh, they are good. They are good. But let's help those who are just coming. And let's assume a zero knowledge, okay? Let's assume a zero knowledge. And I believe that God will give us the grace to cover everything we need to cover. And so, if you can see my screen, I'm going to start from the top. So let me see whether I can get the tools that can help me to make my annotations. Annotation. I hope this training is being recorded. I will encourage that we record this. And because I've not had the sound, training is being recorded. I'd like to hear that kind of sound. That's what will make me to know that the admin is recording it. Okay. And recording to the cloud will be the best, so that we can have...
It's been recorded. You can go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. So, all right. So I'll just do what I can. I don't think I have access to an annotation. I'm trying to look for annotation. Now, if you can see my mouse movement on the screen, the topmost level of your Microsoft, my Microsoft application may look a bit complex and different from yours, but don't worry. Nothing do you, okay? Nothing is wrong. It's just that we may have version differences. I'm using a business license, and then I have some additional add-ins like active data for auditing, forensic investigation, and so on, because I take people on this area. I take people in this particular area, auditing and all those stuff, how to do this. So that's why I have active data in mind. And then automate is as a result of the license that I'm using. developer is because I have activated, because I use Excel, I write codes. I'm a programmer also. Okay, so I write VBA language, I write Python. So as we get on to know each other, you know the kind of person that is standing before you. A man that God has blessed with a lot of knowledge. So I do a lot of things. I'm a public speaker. I'm a leadership coach. I train people. I speak in programs. You may see me in another program. You see me speaking like leadership person that doesn't understand IT or anything. But so that's just the way I operate. And another place I develop soft skill and do all those stuff. So I do programming. That's why I have here. I can do like Python language. I can do SQL language, even web language, HTML, CSS, PHP, and so on. So because programming is part of my life, so my Excel, I do some programming stuff. And beautiful enough, Excel has given us the opportunity to write code within the environment, and that is what we call VBA or macros. Okay. And then I have Power Pivot. So my Power Pivot environment is also for my data analysis, data modeling, database management stuff. Okay. So so maybe in your own environment, what you will have, if you look at the top, what you have is file, home, insert. If you are using Microsoft 365 license or 2021, 2019, you are going to have the draw, this draw. So what it means is that you can use this to sign. You can use it with your stylus or with your touch screen. Like something like what I'm showing you on my camera is a pen, and my system is a touch screen system. So what it means is that I can easily write and sign and do whatever I want to do. So I can create a document and I can sign the documents. Okay. So that is, so if you are using, so because now your system, I mean, wherever you are, we are using different versions of Excel. Okay. But this training is also going to help you to know whether you need to upgrade. So some of you will interact with me. Some of you might have to show me something, show me your screen. And some of you might hear me say, Oga, Madam, go and upgrade. So let me tell you, 2007 version. No. 2010, I mean, 10. That's Microsoft I'm talking about. No. 2013. 2013. Yes. 2016. Yes. And so on. 2019. Good. 2021. Very good. Office 365. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So Office 365 is a subscription-based application. So what it means is that you pay monthly or yearly subscription to use it, but it's quite extensive. That means it has a lot of tools included. So how do you know your version? You go to your file tab. Now, if you're using 2007, you are not going to have a file tab. What do I mean by file tab? This FILE that you have on the left side is your file tab. So if you're using 2007, how you will know that it is 2007 you are using is that you are going to have a logo at the top there. Okay, at the top left, that shows Microsoft logo. Oga Madam, you are using 2007. Why I'm saying so, why I'm saying a no, is that you are going to have issues with some of the tools. Okay. All right. Some of your tools, because you are how many years back, so you should understand what we're trying to do. 2010 also, you will try, but you will still be somewhere around there. This is where we should consider. So if you look at this file and you look at account, if you go to the backstage, if you click file, it takes you to an environment called backstage. And you look at account, you will see the kind of license that you are using. Okay. So I have both production environment and text environment. So this one is my test environment because of the training. So I don't want to expose my production environment because I manage several organizations. But this is my 365 business license. Okay. So for many of us, you probably be using the one that your organization has implemented. So you will be using your Microsoft 365 because most organizations are on 365 subscription. Okay, so that's how to know what your license is. Okay, so let me move on. Now, so I was talking about the work environment. So we have what we call the ribbon. So ribbon, or whatever the way you want it to sound. This is I'm writing it on the screen. So this particular environment where you have all the file and all this control from left to right is the ribbon. And on the ribbon, you have what we call tabs. That is the way Microsoft has organized the workflow for you to be able to work easily. So we have the first one, which is a file tab. And this file tab takes you to the environment that is called backstage. So that's why when I click file like this, it takes you away from the environment where you can type your formulas and all those stuff. It takes you to the backstage. So this backstage is where you create new documents, open, share, get info about your document, save as, print if you want to, set your printer, set your page and all those stuff, orientation, the kind of paper size you are using. You get to export your file. Maybe you want to convert it to PDF. You want to close the file, or you want to check your license. You want to update. You want to sign in for some certain reasons. So I combine two things here. I combine personal and business. So I have Microsoft Personal. I have Microsoft Business. So Microsoft Personal, for the sake of my OneDrive. Okay, OneDrive is a place where you save your files on the cloud. So you don't save personal documents on Business OneDrive, because Business OneDrive is being controlled by your admin in your organization. Okay, so we should know that. So if you are using a business or enterprise Microsoft subscription, and they give all of in your office OneDrive, because they go put your personal file, they put it inside. The day you go gas is advice, sir. It's advice. So anything personal does not go into it. So that's why I maintain a personal account. Okay. Then I have Business OneDrive. Then I have what is called SharePoint environment, where we collaborate. Okay. So this is Backstage. So you click File. So if you are 2007, 2010, you don't get Backstage. 2010, get something that looks like it fairly, but 2013 is from 2013 that you start seeing us looking alike. Okay, all right. I hope I'm communicating. So if I'm communicating, put it in the chat section. Give me a yes. I hope I'm communicating. So I will always do that, get that feedback. So that, thank you, Madam Justina. So that I will know that my address has not changed to OYO. That is, you are on your own. Oh, thank you. Good. Now, so that's just an information for us. So please, 2007, 2010, 2013, self, go upgrade. I'm adding 2013 to them. Because 2013, they were happy before. I don't change my mind. I don't add you. Go and upgrade. Okay. Now, so we're talking about the ribbon, and then we have the tabs. So the File tab takes you to the Backstage. Then the ones that follow is called the Home tab. Home tab shows you, once you click Home, so if you get back to your work environment, your ribbon, you'll see the Home tab. If you click it, on the Home tab, you'll see the ribbon that will open below it is for all commands that fall under the Home tab. And each commands are grouped. They are in groups. So you have clipboard group, you have font group. So how do you see the group name? It's just go to the Home, then look at my mouse. Look at where my mouse is moving. On the left side, on the left. You can see it now. That's where the group name is. So you have clipboard, you have font, you have alignment, you have number, you have style, you have cells. So I said before that some of you will not see some of these things, okay? Some of the things that I have. And one of the things I also want to tell you is that because the world is shifting, we are now having AI support in our applications. So what does it mean? It means that you can add AI tools. That one, I'm giving you a hint. Into your Excel. I can tell you that AI can write formulas for you. You can write Excel formula, yes. But I'm not going to teach you AI. I'm teaching you Excel. Okay. So that's for the Home. So you can see them divided into groups. So if you have the tabs, the tab is followed by groups of commands. Groups. So each of the tab, if you go to insert also has group. It has tables group. So that pivot table that we are looking for is there. It's under the insert tab. Is the first group on the left. So when we say, oh, we want to do pivot table now, don't start looking for it like those people that are looking for the book of Matthew, Old Testament. So don't start looking for it. So is insert, and that's, you have table, and then you have illustrations group for pictures, because you can do picture things, you can do graphic things, okay, in Excel. And then some of us that are, because of our version, we now have what we call check boxes. So where we can check, we can create a checkbox within our Excel. We can, but it's not for all of us. So we can check done, like something like done, not done, So you can include it in your Excel now. Okay, so you can put it checkbox. So I'm sure some people will be looking for their own now and no get. It's an encouragement to go and upgrade. Okay, so we can do check. Something like status like this can be at the top of your worksheet, where you want to say it is done, it's not done, it's done, and not done, and all those stuff. We now have them in Excel, where you can do. So 365, basically 365. We see these things around in Microsoft 365. Okay. Draw, tab, page layout. So most of these things, so you can see all these things, most of these things are what we'll be doing, functions, and then some of this stuff, I can tell you we can't cover everything, but we want to focus on some areas that will help you. You know, mentioned already, things like VLOOKUP. Abba, don't end your training without learning VLOOKUP. Pivot table, don't go away. If you have not seen it, don't go. I'm going to see if we can add this consolidation. We need to learn it. I'm not sure it's part of what has been written there. How you can consolidate multiple worksheets, regional sheets, and all those stuff. I have seen validation. Yes, it's fine. Because some of these ones are far, far, far better than some other tools. Because of the analysis, they help you to perform on data. Okay? Because I can see that some of us are data analysts and we're already doing analysis, database management, and these are some of the tools that will help you. We have what we call XLOOKUP. We're going to see the difference. And like I said, some of us don't have it. If you want to know whether you have it, just go to your Excel sheet and type equal sign and type X. If you have it, you will see after XIRR, you will see XLOOKUP. If you don't have it, you don't have it. You are not on the same page. It means you need to upgrade. Okay, because this VLOOKUP that many people are celebrating has some limitations. Okay, but this XLOOKUP is your guy. Okay, so let me continue. So I'm talking about your work environment now. So I have the view tab that gives you controls that supports all your view, your page break view, your page layout. You want to turn off your grid line from your Excel. You can turn it off, bring it back, remove the formula bar, put it back, remove the heading, bring those ABC. So sometimes when you see somebody wants to show you pepper or tomato, and then he has removed your ABC and 1, 2, 3, the row and the column number. So this is how you come back here and bring it back. And sometimes it's not even about somebody trying to show you. It's about, let me just give you this insight. It will help us. When you collect an external Excel file and you open it in your system, that Excel file comes with its settings, with anything that person has done as settings. Now, when you are done with that Excel file, you close it and let that file go before you open a new one. Otherwise, that setting that came with that Excel file will change your own settings in your Excel. And so let's assume that the person that sent Excel to you has removed the column header and the row header. And then you open it, you started working, and from that person's file, you said new. From that file that they shared to you, you said new. What you're going to have is a new version of that person's file. It's just like my file that I shared with you. Okay? It's a new version of my file. So it means you're going to have a settings that is coming from my system affecting yours. Okay? So it doesn't affect you if the person does not have a settings that affects the system. So you go on fine and everything is going on fine. And life there's no wahala until you now meet maybe one of these Indians or Korean guys that like to do change settings in their Excel to prove that they are above others. Then they now share files with you. Then there will be trouble. Okay? Okay, so I know what I'm saying because I've trained some of them. I've trained a lot of Indians in Excel. For you to know, I've trained them. And I have seen their classes very, very electrifying because they are here. So training them, it means you will take yourself like this and they will bring knowledge. They will take things out of you. So you will see them, you will see a lot of things that they do. And so that's why I'm accusing. So in case one of them is around, it's not, let me say I hate you, if you understand Pidgin English. Okay, so let me leave this. So that's just a brief introduction about the work environment, the home tab, the group. Each of the tabs are divided into group. Whether you go to insert is divided into group. So you can see insert table, illustration, control charts, Spark client filter, and so on. If you go to draw, it's divided into group. If you go to page layout, it's also divided into group of command, and there's a divider among them. So ribbon, tabs, groups, and then commands. Command buttons. So all these, whether you click copy, paste, they're all command buttons. Okay. So I hope that is taken because I want to move to another level. So if it's taken, just write taken. T-A-K-E-N in the chat session. Taken. Thank you. I have one. Let me get more. So that 2, 3. Only 3 people are following. I have how many? 53. Hey, yeah. Somebody gave me my screenshot. I love that. So you have Adesua. So you have what do you call it? Checkbox. I jealous. So I'm not the only one. Good. So somebody is on. Somebody is following seriously. Yes, now somebody is asking, is it possible for us to have the training recorded? It's recorded, yes. I've been told that it's recorded. So you have it after the training. Okay. Yes, it's your screen. Yes, I know. It's yours. Yes. Yes, I've seen it at this one. It's yours. Yes. All right. Okay, so let's go. So I think I have some feedback. Feedback is good. Please give me feedback. Please, it will help us. Give me feedback. Okay. All right. Let's go. So now we have below or let me just go above the ribbon. So the ribbon starts from that file. It doesn't include the green aspect. So I have it as green in my own. Some of you may not have it as green because of your settings, okay? So you may change your settings not to appear as color. But the green, below the green, from this place where we have file, down to where we have the formula bar is the ribbon. So above it is what we call the quick access toolbar, where you have the green, the quick access, quick access toolbar. So quick access toolbar gives you access to frequent used commands. So why should I be looking for everything I want to do all the time? I want to create a new document. I want to undo. I want to. All right. Mr. Chukwudi, the recording link will be given to you. I mean, they recorded. It's okay. So not that you will be allowed to record on your system. I'm not sure, but the admin can answer you. Okay. Okay. So you have the quick access toolbar. So it gives you access to frequently used commands. So you have them at the top. So on mine here, I have save, undo, redo, new, open. And then there is a drop-down arrow beside it here. There's a drop-down arrow beside it here that you can use to add more. So if you see all these ones that are checked are the ones that I have added to mine. So if I want to add sorting, for instance, I'll just click this and it will add it. So the arrow is just at the top on the right side. So I can add sort descending also. Okay. So see, I've added more. So you can do yours now too. Just go to the quick access toolbar. Any command you think you want to use more frequently. Maybe you want to do quick print preview. Okay. You can add as many. Okay. You can add as many. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So maybe I want to put 10 quick prints or email. I want to be able to do my email stuff directly from. So you can add yours. It's called quick access. It gives you access to frequently used commands. Okay. Then below the ribbon, so that's above the ribbon. Below the ribbon, you have the formula bar. Of course, you interact with formula bar more often because whatever you type, whether you type a formula and whatever you do will appear in the formula bar. Okay. And then your work area where you type your formula, cell. Oh, okay. I turned off my header. So you have the column header and then you have the row. Okay. All right, that are found under the view tab. The column header turn off is under the view tab. Okay. On, off and on. Okay. Now, do we have any question on the work environment, understanding the work environment? Any question? You can unmute and ask. You raise your hand first. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. I can see hands. So I assume.
Hello, Dayo. Yeah, Auna, good morning. Okay.
Mr.
Have you
Prince.
guys seen the entry sheet, service entry sheet?
Okay. No questions. So, okay. Where did I get the checkbox? Yes, the checkbox I said is based on your version. Okay. If you go to the insert tab, we have what we call control. And under that control group, we have checkbox. Insert checkbox. But if you are not using the Microsoft 365 or any version that has it, then you may not, it may not be on your system. So what it means is that, great. I hope you found it, or if not, then Miss Anita. So it means you need to upgrade. Any other question? Any other question? Okay. No questions. So we go to the next topic. So before we jump into the next topic, I'll give you 1 minute or two to stand up, stretch, Neil. Don't go away. Don't go away because I will not wait for you. Oh, yes, you have seen it. That's good. Congratulations, we're on the same page. Okay, so 1 minute to stretch. Okay, now let's move on. Good. We are going into our formulas and functions. So please take note. You probably need to write a note or something, because some of this background information I want to give to you. Formula, function. These are two different things in Excel. So formula can mean combination of function and arithmetic expressions. But functions are predefined arithmetic expressions under a name. Okay, so I will just bring them out one by one. So I will talk about formulas first. So formula is an arithmetic expression in Excel. So when you have two values, 34, 45, and you say equal sign, and you click this 34, which is in A4, and you say plus 45, then what you have is 79. So what you have done is a formula. So what you have done here is a formula. You have performed a formula. So it's an arithmetic expression. Okay? It's an arithmetic expression. So formulas includes addition, and this is a symbol. Okay, so let's put it like this because of your notes. So what we use in creating a formula is called arithmetic operators. You use arithmetic operators to create formulas. So you have addition. Please, this foundational information is very important. Okay? We'll get to a point when I'll start moving, but I try to pretend that I'm slow at the beginning. And that's because I want to bring everybody on the same page. Now, for those who are complaining about, I can't see where draw, I can't see checkbox, it's your version. I've answered that question before. If you have an Excel version that doesn't include those things, you can't find them, okay? So, subtraction, multiplication. Multiplication, you produce it with a shift 8. That is, you hold down the shift key and you type number 8. That's for multiplication, the asterisk. Then we have division. These are what we call arithmetic operators. Arithmetic operators. So please pay attention because it's very important. This, you get this by just typing the slash is at the bottom where you have the question mark. Where you have the question mark at the bottom of your keyboard. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Then you have raised to power. Raised to power is you hold down the shift key and press number 6. That is shift plus 6. That's for raised to power. And then you have percentage. Percentage is to hold down the shift key and press number 5. Okay? That's the percentage symbol. So how do we use them? So what I've given you so far is arithmetic operators, because we are talking about formulas, and we are saying formulas are, a formula is an arithmetic expression in Excel. Okay, so and I can say using operators. Used to perform calculations using operators. Okay, so whenever you talk about formula, understand that what you are talking about is using expression, creating expressions. So, and I said that your formulas can combine function and arithmetic expressions. Okay. So, so we're going to have examples now. We're going to have examples. So, follow me. Although I've shared a file with you, but I will also be creating files as the class goes on. So, please follow. So this temporary data is just for us to help us to do some calculations. So we have this set of numbers, and we want to add maybe 2. So I'll put solution here. Okay. So this is for addition. So what I want to do now is for addition. So I want to add equal sign. I can click cell F4 plus F5, for instance. I press enter. That is addition. And one thing about arithmetic operators is that they follow BODMAS. BODMAS. So if you remember your mass, BODMAS, don't forget, brackets of division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. So that order is very important. So don't forget that. Subtraction. Well, I want to take cell G5 and subtract cell G4 from it. That's subtraction. The sign, this minus sign. And before you start any formula in Excel, you must start with equal. In Excel, you don't just go, so because somebody may do this, you say, okay, I typed F4 and I said plus F5 and I put enter, nothing is happening. Now, I know some of us will have that issue. Nothing like what is happening is that you did not start with equal sign. Because the moment you put an equal sign, it informs Excel that what you are doing is a formula. It tells Excel what you are doing is a formula. That's what it means. Okay? And that person is trying to perform a calculation. But when you type it without an equal sign, it's just a text. It's just a text. So whether it's number or this, okay? Now, multiplication. You can multiply two numbers, equal sign, F4, Shift 8, and then click and press enter. So, equal sign, F4, and you can type it, but it's faster when you pick it, when you pick the cell rather than typing. Okay? You just pick the cell. That is, you put equal sign, select the cell, and then you let the number, select which number you want to. Okay. For division, equal sign, H5 divided by F4, for instance. It's just an example. It's not that I'm doing a particular thing. Okay? Now, raise to power. So maybe I want to raise the value to the power of 2. Raise 90 to the power of 2. I'll put equal sign, click this 90, then shift 6, and then I'll type 2. Equal sign, H5, then hold down the shift key and press 6, number 6. That will give me the upper caret symbol. And then type 2. And that's when I press enter, it's going to raise 90 to the power of 2. So maybe I have some values added together or a particular value. And I want to get the 10%, or let me say 5% of 90. So I can use percentage. Accountants prefer to use decimal value to multiply. But why not? You can use percentage also, especially if you're a finance person. In corporate finance, when we're doing financial modeling, of course, I know some of you want to go for that, in your learning. And when we are doing, what do you call it, financial modeling, we don't do decimal, we do percentage. So this is the way we do. So in corporate finance, because we want to see what we are working with, especially because we are trying to explain your model. You are trying to explain your model, your growth pattern, and all those stuff. So if I want to say 5%, I will type the first thing I will start with, because this percentage combines a lot. It will start with equal sign. If it is 5%, I'll type 5 first. Then I will do shift 5. That's the percentage symbol. Then I will now do an asterisk. That is 5% of 5% of. So if I put it on 90 and I press enter, the 5% of 90 is 4.5. Okay? So sometimes I use Excel speedily, just when I'm doing something, I want to know percentage. I'll just go quickly, 0% of this. What is 0% of that? I'll just do it and get my answer and use. Okay? So these are arithmetic operators. So this is what it does when it comes to performing calculations. I mean, using formula and all those stuff. Okay? And you can take it beyond that. Why not? You can say you want to add this value plus this value minus this value. Now, but don't forget BODMAS. Okay? So F4 plus H5 minus F5. What I have is 79. So what does that mean? It added F4. So let's break the formula down. So what did we do? We said F4 plus H5. F4 plus H5. Now, so let's now assume that we want to subtract. We want to say equal sign this. What did I subtract now? F5. So equal sign this minus F5. So this is what it did for us. So it added, there are ways that I can do this, what I've just done now, but because we are just beginning, I don't want to begin to jump to some advanced stuff. Okay, so there's a way I can do formula check and all those stuff, okay? So this is what we have done. We've added F4 plus H5 minus F5. Now let's look at it other way. Equal sign F minus F5 plus H5. So we got 79. So what is happening? So now let's try to do it the way we think Excel will have done it. Because this particular session that I'm doing is very, very important for you to get formulas. Because many of our attacks are formula based. And if you don't understand the principle, you will still be looking for calculator to cross-check what Excel has done for you. And it's not that Excel gave you wrong answer, it's that you didn't understand the principle Excel uses in calculation. Okay? So this is what we have. F4 minus F5. So I'll break it down. F4 minus F5 minus 11. Then what did we add? We added H5. So now let's now do equal sign this plus H5. So this is what Excel did. Now, somehow, because it's addition, subtraction, back and forth, you get, either way, you get to answer. But you see, something has gone wrong. I mean, something has happened. Excel will do addition first before subtracting. So please understand that. That's what it did. And if you want to understand what I'm saying, if you go to formulas bar, formulas tab, you will see an instruction that says evaluate formula. That is under formula auditing group. Evaluate formula. So if I want to know how Excel evaluated this formula, I can click evaluate. And when I click evaluate, I will select evaluate. Then it just shows me the value of the first one, which is F4. Then I click evaluate. It shows me the value of the second one, which is F5. And I click evaluate. Then the next thing it did was, okay, fine. I think some of that, there are some changes here and there. But this does not happen before. It did exactly what I expected it to do. It did the subtraction on the left side and then added 90 to it. Okay, fine. But before now, it's not like that, but it's fine. But what you now do is, what you need to really know, whether it's using which formula or pattern, what you really know is this. You need to know is this. Whenever you are making calculation, especially when your calculation looks like an equation, always use, let's say I want to add this plus this and subtract this from it. Use brackets to define what you have in mind. Otherwise, you get an answer that is different from what you think you are looking for. So what I have in mind is that it should add left, add the right, subtract right from left. That's what I have in mind. Okay, so I got 56. But now let me remove the brackets that I've added and see what I will get. I got 56 before. Let me remove the brackets and see what I will get. I'm getting 102. So this is part of what I'm saying. So what's the difference? What's the difference? I mean, I used bracket, I got 56. I didn't use bracket, I got 102. So imagine you are expecting 56 and you got 102. You will not begin to say, this Excel self, it used to make mistake. Make sure your calculator is with you. Not really, not quite. Put a bracket to define what you want. Because what Excel did in actual fact is that it followed BODMAS. It followed BODMAS. So it did addition of this. Did addition, but somehow along the corner, it subtracted this one from the addition of this. It subtracted, so it added H5 to this and subtracted this H4 from the result, then added I4. That's not 14, it's I4. So what you need to do is to use your bracket open and close to define your formula. That will tell you what you are expecting. Okay, so that will make your work easy. Okay, so that's for formulas and arithmetic operators. Then I want to move further by showing you other operators because of the calculations that you'll be doing. So you have what we call comparison operators. Because if you are doing formula, you need to understand these operators. It's very important. Especially for those of us who are just starting with us, who are just at the basic level. Okay? Operators like equal sign, greater or equal, lesser or equal, greater, lesser. And the last one, not equal. These are called comparison operators. You want to do things like sum if, count if. How do you cope with this if you don't understand these ones? Okay, so that's why we are creating the foundation for ourselves. Okay, so this one is your equal sign. This one, the way you write greater or equals to in Excel is like this. Then the way you write less than or equals to in Excel is like this. Then your greater than is this. Your less than is this. And your not equals to is this. So now, I said they are comparison. So even before you even go into sum if, count if, or what have you, you can use these things ordinarily in your worksheet to do comparison. Is this value equals to this value? You get a true or false value. Okay, so now let me work with two values. Let me work with two values as a sample, just to give you an example. So I say equal sign 56 equals 67. What did I get? False. It's asking, is 56 equals to 67? It should get a false. Okay? So where does if function come in here now? If function is when you now want to redirect what you showed here. Now this will always show you a true or false indicator. But your if function, for instance, I hope we have if as part of what we are doing. If not, we have something to add. Anyway, no problem. I know we will try. We'll cover. Okay. We'll try. Okay. But if function, I remember somebody went for an interview and failed the interview because of only if function. So, if I say equal sign, 56 greater or equals to 67, it says false. That is 56 greater or is it equal? It says false. And I say, okay, equal sign 56 less than or equals to 67. What am I going to get? True. Is less or is equal. Then if I say 56 is greater than 67. So that's where your if function becomes, that's where it becomes very reasonable. When you now say, if this cell is greater than this cell, you should do this. So it's this comparison that helps you. Okay? Is 56 less than 67? It says true. 56 is not equals to 67. We get a true response. We get a true response. So that because it's not equal. The two of them are not equal. Okay? So these are comparison. You can also, in fact, you can use it in your worksheet, especially when you are comparing. Okay, I have somebody raise hand. Banigo. Mr. Banigo, go on. Let me hear you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Good morning. I just, the first stuff you did, if you can raise or lower your pay, I mean your before the solution, okay, I was thinking that formula, the arithmetic formula, should be in one of those columns to give you the solution, so that one can say, okay, you get 59. How did you get 59? How to get 57, 11, 782?
Okay, that I should show the formula. Eh?
Yes, so that we know why you got.
Excellent.
Why you arrive at those figures.
Excellent. Okay, so I will put it in the column beside it.
Okay.
Okay. So this is what I will do. So I will just simply use my computer sense to. Okay, sorry. I did an equal sign. Okay, let me just copy this. Let me just copy the stuff. It's a very good question you asked. Let me just copy this. Put it here. It's shifted. Okay. I'm trying to get what I have here. So I'll just say copy. Paste. Yeah. So this is what you want. Is this what you want? just for it to show like this.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes, sir.
good.
So we know why it's the 5711 and
Okay.
those are there.
Okay, good. I can also do a show formula, but if I do a show formula option under my there's a tool here that says show formula. So if I do show formula, it will take your answer away and it will only be showing the formula. Under this formula tab, if you go to the left side, you see show formula. But since I just want it to stand side by side, so what I'll just do is copy it and then give it to you on the side. Okay, and this last one. Okay, so that settles that. Any other question? Any other question? Okay, so I hope this is taken. I hope this is taken. We now understand. So like I was saying, you can use this method to compare, especially the equal sign. You can use it to compare two different values in a worksheet, like something like what VLOOKUP does, but not up to what VLOOKUP can do, but just the minimal form. This is this one, is this value equals to this. So if it shows you false, it means they are not the same. Okay, so you can drag down and then you see false, false, false. So it's like bank reconciliation. Okay, so sometimes, but one of the reasons why people have challenges in bank reconciliation, especially for those who are accountants and all this, is when they are trying to compare using VLOOKUP to compare their bank statements, the value and what they have in their office, is the challenge that you have, because maybe some people want to ask that question. So maybe I will answer some of us ahead of time. So the challenges you have at that point is usually the transaction, the item, the title, the item title is the reason why you have problem with VLOOKUP. So some people, the title or the transaction name that the bank gives in the statement is different from what you have in your Excel worksheet. So when you're not trying to do bank reconciliation and all those stuff, many of us are subjected to manual stuff. So, but if you can generate a kind of a transaction code from your office, and when you are making each of these transactions and you are posting or sending payment, you add this code rather than just the name. I mean, by the time you are downloading the bank statement and you are doing it, it is those code, that thing that you are going to use to do your comparison. Okay, so that's just for information. I think it's only those who are in that area that will understand what I'm saying. Okay, now this is arithmetic operators, and we have seen some calculations here. And then I think this one too, I need to copy this one and show us how we got to this. Okay, so this one is for this. I'll color them together. Okay. Okay, so why am I doing all this? Is because I plan to share this particular file with us. So maybe at the end of the class today, I'll just drop it in the chat session, my file, okay, for working with formula. So just to help you to follow what has been done in the class. So that's why I create files. This is where I started from, talking about reading, tabs, blah, blah, blah. So coming to this place, talking about operators. Now, Now let's now go to functions. Admin, Madam, let me see, are we going for any break? When is it going to be? Or shall I ride on?
I think we can take a 10-minute stretch break, or if the class wants, we can continue. Let's see your comments in the chat. If you want us to take a 5 minutes,
let's take 5 minutes break.
5 minutes break. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll take a 5 minutes break. We'll be back by 11:16.
Okay.
Thank you. Please grab a cup of tea or a bottle of water, stretch around, and then let's be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good.
All right, welcome back. I hope we are back. It's 5 minutes.
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. Mr. Abraham, over to you, please. Thank you.
Okay. So, do you have any questions so far? Questions? I want to move into functions. Okay, no question. So that means we are good. Working with functions. So we're going to look at some functions in Excel. Sum, count, average, max, min, count A, count if, sum if, at least let's start with some of these ones. Large. We still have other functions. Remember we said that function is a way of performing calculation using predefined formulas. So what does it mean? A person who wants to handle formulas may have values that are beyond, that's too long. Okay, I mean, imagine I want to add all these numbers or even more. And I'm thinking of if I have to use this method of addition using arithmetic operators, it's going to take a lot of time. So you use functions, and these functions are called Excel functions. Because we have different types of functions. We have what we call UDF. UDF is user-defined function. This one is the one that you do at the VBA level, when you write a code and you define what your own function should do. So this requires programming techniques, and of course that is what carries some of us to Excel programming most times when we want to define our subroutine or functions. Okay. So the beautiful thing about VBA is that it has also been extended beyond the sub, the function, to even creating class. That is talking about if anybody understands programming languages. So let's just leave this one for programmers. Okay. Okay, so now these are some of the functions we want to look at. Functions make your work easy, makes your work faster. So you have to do some additions. I mean, you have a faster approach. So there are Excel functions. So there are functions that have been provided for you that are called Excel functions. And we have a lot of them, depending on what you want to do. So we have functions for text functions. So like we have a lot to do, but we're just going to try to address some of them, okay, as much as we can. So let me just put text here, like upper, lower, proper, concatenate, okay, and some of these things, some of these popular text functions, okay, just look at them here and there. Okay, so let's start with the sum function. So this is where the file that I sent to you will become useful. But before I go there, I'm going to just talk about each of these functions to explain what they do. So sum adds all values in a range. So you want to add all value in a range of data. Counts all values in a range. I hope you understand what range is. So this is a cell. When they begin to gather themselves beyond 1, becomes a range. From when the word from here to, from cell this to cell that, cell this to that, that is range. That's what defines a range. Okay, so it can even be 2, but a single cell is not a range. But once it covers, whether it is vertical or horizontal, it's a range. So you are selecting this way, it's a range. You're selecting this way, it's a range. Okay. So, so what does this suggest? It's telling you that once your adding value goes beyond a single cell, something like maybe 2 cells and so on. Once it goes beyond that, once it becomes a range. So these functions are for range. They are not for, so it's not like you want to say equals some cell E4, close bracket, I press enter. So what have you done? You've not added anything. And I've seen some people do this. They will say equals sum. They will still put E4 plus this. Why do you need plus inside when you already use a sum function? So it should be E4 colon. So there's no need to put plus in between here again, because you are saying range. What are this to? This colon means to. It means from this cell to this cell, to E4 to E5. It is something you can type, it's something you can select. You can say equal sign, SUM, open brackets. If you know your cell, you can say E4, then you put a colon, not semicolon now, not semicolon, E4 colon, and E5, for instance, or E6, as the case may be. You close your bracket and you press enter. You have added the range of values. Okay, so that is what sum means. So add all values in a range. So once you make your selection, it becomes a range. Okay. All right. I hope that is good. I know most of us, what we are familiar with is auto sum. You go to this place and then you pick your auto sum from your home and you click, bam, and it gives you, bam, you're happy. Good. It's good. It's a good one. But what if you have to put your answer somewhere else? Then how do you now do that? So that's why you need to understand how to use the sum function. What if you are summing and you are not, like some of the examples that we are going to see? Okay. Yes. So count is used to count values in a range. So it's something like equals count. You type it, you select your range, you close your bracket and press enter. It will tell you how many values you have. It shows me 3. So which means that what this thing does is to count how many transactions, how many values, how many sales did we have? How many times did they post? How many days? Anything that has to do with counting values, not counting text, but counting values, numbers. Counting numbers. How many times does this set of numbers appear? So that is count. Counts all values in a range. Average.
I'm sorry, sir, Mr. Abraham. I'm so sorry. Please, can you repeat that count one more, please? One more time. Thank you.
Okay. So count is to count all values. So you type equal sign, then you will type C-O-U. So once you miss the spelling, it may not work. So C-O-U-N-T. Open your bracket and then highlight your range. Then close bracket and press enter. So it is something like.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So sometimes the reason why it didn't work is maybe you missed the spelling or the range or the colon. So those are some of the reasons. All right, so let's move on. So count, then average, I said average returns the average of values in a range. So ordinarily, if you are using formula, so I'll go back to formula now. Ordinarily, if you are using formula and you want to calculate range, average, you want to calculate average in formula, you say equal sign, you add the first value, you add the second, you add the third, and maybe the fourth. Then you will put brackets so that BODMAS will not finish your work. Then you put all over 4. So the average of this, the addition of this 4 divided by 4 is average. So when you do that, it gives you 45. But what if I want to calculate average of 100 numbers? I want to calculate average of 200 numbers, 300, 500. So am I going to be using this method? No, that is why they gave us function. Average of those numbers means I'll go back to that where I got that 45 and use average now beside it. Equals average. Functions are not case sensitive. What it means is that you can type the function name in uppercase, capital letter, or lowercase, small letter. So I select my range, I close my bracket, I press enter, and I get the same 45. So my friend is using this method, and if he has 200 numbers, he will beg for more time He will grab coffee, he will sit down. They have given him serious work in the office. But for me, it's a small job. I will just say equal sign, type open bracket, type average, open bracket, highlight the range, whether it's 1,000, highlight all of them, close my brackets, press enter. So I get my answer. So when my friend now come and sees my one, how far did you do that? I'll just tell him, I learned that one in Jamaica. You pay me, I show you. You need money in Nigeria. Well, it's not that one does not mean that you don't help your neighbor. So don't sell this knowledge, just help them, especially your office. Okay, lighter mood. So I hope you got that. That is average. That's count. Then average is equals average. You type the average completely. In Excel those days, in Lotus, sorry. In Lotus those days, we used to do AVG. AVG. We don't type it for, but in Excel, you should type it. Average, select your range, close bracket, press enter. It gives you the average of the three values. That is addition of these three values divided by number of observations. But that will be done internally because it's a function. So you will not see the working. So if it is mass exam you are doing, if you use average, you will fail the exam. If you use function, exact function, you fail the exam. But they will tell you to work it out. But this one does not work out. Just gives you answer. But since we are not in a class, it's work we are doing. And at our place of work, is results they need. Not how you did it, not necessarily. So this one returns, that is max, returns the highest or the biggest value in a range. So you see that the particular focus is on range. It's on range because it's not about single value. It's about range of values. Okay. So mean. Just so how do you do that? You just equals max and then select your range, and then that shows you the highest value. Max is the highest value. Okay. Mean returns the lowest value in a range. So it's just like the other ones we have done. Is equals min, open bracket, highlight your range, close your bracket, press enter. It shows you the lowest. The lowest value is 45. The highest value is equals max. Highlight my range, press enter after closing bracket. I have 89. So the highest value in this range is 89. The lowest is 45. Count A. This one counts all values. Counts all text and numbers in a range. It's different from count in the sense that what this one does is let me show you what I mean. If I use equals count to count how many items am I working on, it returns 0 because count does not count text, it counts numbers. So, but if I call it count A, which is count all, it will tell me 9. Count A. And if I also use count A for numbers, count A for numbers, it will count the numbers too. But count can only count numbers, cannot count this type of text. But count A can count both the text and even the numbers. So in a situation whereby you have combination of numbers and text, is count A you will go for, not count. Count will only count numbers. Now, before I go to count it, because these ones will take us further into other areas, let me touch these ones. Don't worry, we have our what to do, but the way I'll be taking this class may not necessarily mean that we'll be following what we have on the schedule like that. I will take it in a way that the learning will flow together. Okay, so that but just understand that once we capture something, we have taken it. We've done it. So I want to touch some of these text functions and some of things that are not here, but just text functions for many of us. We have issues with changing our text from lowercase to uppercase in Excel. So I'm going to type some names. And I'm going to look for Mrs. Madam here, Mrs. Trouble, by putting her name there too. Okay. So I have some names here, but they are all in lowercase. And I want them in uppercase. So what I would do is I will put equal sign, and then I will type upper. So upper function is a single cell function. It's not a range function. So what does it mean? You don't select range, like I cannot change all these at once. No, it's not a range function. It's a single cell. So what I would do is select the first cell, close it, and get my result. And because it's Excel, I can copy my formula down. Okay? So I copy my formula, and you can see that it has changed the text. So you now have all these. But what if it's not all in uppercase? What if it is in the first letter should be capital? Then I will use the function called proper. Equals proper. So I select my cell, close the bracket, press enter. So the first cell, I'll copy down. Then I have that. So what about replacing? Yes, what you do is you copy the result, you come to the former one, you paste as values. You paste as values. Don't paste as formula. If you paste as formula, it will change. It will give problem. So you paste as value. So the formula has been done for you. Of course, the result is now the value. So pasting as value means you come to this home, come to this clipboard group, drop down, drop this. Instead of clicking paste directly, drop it and you come to these values, paste value, you paste as value. So this is the upper, this is the proper. And if I'm changing something that is in uppercase to a lowercase, then I will say equal sign lower. I will select the uppercase and it will change up. And even if it is the upper that I want to change to proper, I will still type proper, select the one that is upper, and it will get me my results. So this is upper, this is equals, upper, and my cell is H12. This one, I think my cell is H12, yes. This one is equals proper, and my cell is H12. This one is lower, and my cell is, no. This is actually H12. The former one is not H12. So this one is H12. So I will change others. The cell that I changed was, the first cell was H12. And this particular, the first one was G12. So it's G12 that gave me this result. And it is also G12 equals proper G12. But this one is H12, and this one is H12 equals proper H12. H12 is the cell address. So H12 is the cell address. Okay, that's just to show the formula. Okay. Now that is upper, proper, and lower function under the text function. Concatenate is to join two texts together. So you can use function or you can do it directly. So we have, let me just go and pull another person's leg. Banigo Yopele. So this surname is in a different cell. This is first name. I'm just using American way of doing. British will say first name and surname. American will say first name and last name. Okay. So, but I've been asked to join the names together in a single cell. Sometimes it may not even be names. It may be numbers that needs to be joined. It may be product number that has chassis and label and blah, 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 and date. So you want to join them into a single code. So I'm going to say equal sign, concatenate. So that's one kind of English. So I'll click the first value, put comma, click the second value, close the brackets, and press enter. So I've been able to join the two names. So if I have, look for another person's struggle too. Olumide Oluyemi. That's for you to see that, to know that I'm seeing everybody. No. Oluyemi will be in a different cell. So this is a formula. So once I drop it down, it affects Olumide too. And as many. So I've combined them. Let's concatenate, bring them together. So this value and this value, copy formula has joined the two values together. Unmute yourself, Eze. Eze, unmute yourself. I mean, mute, sorry, mute, not unmute. Okay. That is concatenate. But like I said, if I don't want to use this long grammar approach of typing concatenate, I can also say equal sign, this particular cell, and I will use this symbol. This sign, this and is also concatenate. And then I will join it with the second one. So I get the same results, okay? I get the same results. This is it. I get the same results. So just by simply doing this and this. So it's either you want to type concatenate. That kind of word that before you finish calling it, somebody that is traveling from Lagos to Abuja will have reached there. So for information, I am in Abuja, so I'm training from Abuja. All right. That's some text function and some functions that we've been able to pick. Now, I will do other functions later, but let me just pick some other tools that we need to learn. Okay. Go to open the file that I gave you, the pivot table file. Open it. Open the pivot table. So, good question. How do you separate values or names that are already together? So it's part of what you are learning. It's called text to column. Text to column. Text to column. So that one, you will find it under data tab. Under your data tab. If you go to the text tool group, you see text to column. So what you simply want to do is, let's say, but where you are going to have challenge is if your text does not have, let me just show you what I mean. So these are, let me paste as value. I actually pasted formula. So now these were joined together. But somebody has asked a question, how do we separate? That's Romeo, Joshua. So how do you separate these ones that are together? So you pick a separate column. I mean, you will select your values. Then you will now go to data tab and you will go to text to column. So I wanted to say that if your text does not have a delimiter, there will be a problem. A delimiter is the particular kind of character that separates the text. It can be a comma, it can be a dash, it can be a space. So, but if those texts are joined together, then you need to write a complex function like the left and the right function. Combine them together to separate this and then separate that So that takes a lot of steps. But if your text has delimiter, that is, what is that particular character that separates them? Then you can use the delimiter. In my case, it is space that is the delimiter here. So if I select those values and I select and I go to data tab and I click text to column, then I click next, then I will choose my delimiter. My delimiter is space. So I can see delimiter says semicolon, comma, space, others. So once I click finish, it will separate them. So that answers Romeo's question. It will separate them. So you will select your data. You will go to data tab. That is, data tab is after home, insert, draw, page layout, formula, data. Then you move down to the right side. You select text to column. You will do next. You select your delimiter, which is space. If it is comma or dash, you have to indicate here. You click next, you click finish, and then it will set them apart. Okay, so that is settled. Now, so that's how to concatenate, all right? So I mentioned the left and the right function. These are functions that get you how many texts from the left, how many texts from the right. So if I want to get Banigo from this text that is joined together, I'll just click the cell, which is where Banigo Yopele is. I'll put comma, and I'll say how many characters do I want to get. So I can put 6 and then press enter. So by putting 6, it has counted the name to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, and it has given me only that text. And if I want to get this one, I will say equals to right. I will still choose that text that contains the 2. Then I will choose how many characters? 7 to the right. That is Yopele is, I think, is 7. So with the left and the right function, I've been able to bring them out. Okay. But where this left and right does not really make much sense is if I want to apply it to Olumide, then Olumide gives me Olumide because the number of texts here is not the same as this. Okay, so that is why it is good and faster to use text to column. Just use text to column and get your addition. Otherwise, you begin to write several things together to get that. Okay, very good. All right, good. Now, let's move on. So, I've been able to touch some of the basic Excel functions, touch formulas, and text functions. So quickly, I want to look at filtering and sorting. Filtering and sorting. Filtering. So I'll start with filter. So that pivot table file that I gave you is what I need now. So go and open your folder and open the pivot table file. You know, we gave you 2 files. One is named pivot table. Americans call it pivots. British English pivots. So in case you are seeing what so pivot or pivot depends on which okay, Easy, you have something. Go ahead. Your audio is not good. The audio is not good. It's not good. It's not good. So maybe you should type it. It's not good. It's not sounding well. It's sounding like a robot. So, Eze, type your question in the chat session. A time will come now when you'll be telling AI to. Okay, I should go back to the functions. Which function? The entire functions or a particular function? Otherwise, I will just say, use the recording. Use the recording to follow that, because because of time, I can't go over to all the functions. So, but if you give me a specific one that you have issues with, yes, but all, no. All right. So give me a specific one, or you use the recorded video to go to. So that's why I'm taking them step by step. Okay. Hey, you are still saying the same thing. Count, marks, all of them. I'm saying all is not too good because of time. So,
Mr. Abraham, please, I would suggest you carry on. At the end, you can summarize it for them.
okay. Okay. Better.
Thank you.
Excellent. So, so while I take that advice, let me also quickly help what will I call her now? Nkechi? Yes, I'll call her Nkechi. So she was pleading for count. So we said count all value in a range, that all you just need to do is type equals count or equals marks. Just put equal sign and highlight your range. Highlight your range. Type your function name, highlight your range, press enter, then it gives you your answer. Okay? All right. So if it is count you want to do, for instance, equals count, highlight your range. You must put equal sign. So maybe maybe the issue that you're having is maybe you didn't put equal sign, or you didn't type the function name very well. So those are some of the things you should check, and your range. Once you get that right, you get it. Okay. So same goes for sum, same goes for count, marks. This is marks equals marks, highlight, and you get your answer. Okay. So in Onita Peters, okay, in Excel work that we have to do with inputting people's JSON number in the data. So I see. Oh, very good question. This is a text. This is a text function question. So I have a question here that says, in a situation where you are typing people's phone numbers, the leading zero, or even account numbers. Some banks' account numbers start with 0. The values, the 0 that starts with disappears. So let me just put one funny number. It's not my number, so don't go and call it. 050-666-777, and maybe this, and then I press enter. So this first 0 disappears. This first 0 disappear. So what the question is saying, how do you maintain it? So what you do is this. You can do this before you start typing at all. before you start typing, you will highlight the range of cells where you are going to put the phone number. So let's say what you want to put here is phone numbers. So before you start typing, you will highlight all the cells where you put the phone number. Then you will format it. You go to home and you format it, or you can even right click. You can right click. No, let me do this method. So you go to home and then you come to this number format and then you change it to text. You change it to text. That is, you will highlight all the values, all the cells, the empty cells where you are going to type the phone numbers or the account numbers. You will highlight them. Highlight means, you select with your mouse. You select like the way I have done on the screen. Then you will go to Home tab. You will go to Numbers group, and then you will change it to text. So from that, if I come here and I type 086888 blah, 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 and I press enter, that 0 will stay. 09 blah, 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 blah. The 0 will stay. So that is one way. Another way is, let's assume the numbers has already been typed. Will I call it another way? Or if you have this another problem entirely, that is, the numbers has already been typed. 020. Okay. So I will assume that these are phone numbers. 03. I will assume that these are phone numbers, but their leading zeros are not there. They are not there. And we want to add them back. So we can use this method, =, 0, then use this concatenation tool and click the first number. Then you press enter. I do this a lot. It will add all the first zeros. So because I've used concatenation, this becomes a text. It's a text. Okay? It's a text. So it has added the first 0 to the number. But if you must do it before you type, then highlight all the range and then convert it to text. But be careful, don't format a cell that is supposed to contain numbers. That is not numbers that you want to calculate. Don't format it into text, because that will begin to give you problem. Okay. Then somebody asked a question about concatenate. Kate says, please explain more on concatenate functions. Yes. So concatenate function is to join 2 or 3 or 4 cells together into one. So what it does is it joins. So I have this name and I have another name in another cell, or this number and another number here, and I want to join them. So I'll type =, concatenate. Okay? Then I will open brackets. I'll select the first number. I'll put a comma. And then I select the second number and close the bracket and then press enter. Okay, so this is how to solve all these problems. So you can see that it's even a concatenate function, but I didn't type concatenate in this case. I only just put this and I joined 0 to it. Or before I type, I'll format the cell. Okay. I don't, okay, this question is good, but let me just say this. I don't advise that in creating your data, that you put more than one numbers in a cell. I will tell you reasons. Because I have handled training for several organizations, sometimes we have to collect staff, what do you call it, data for some certain processing. And the HR will give us staff data that contains this person's MTN and this person's Airtel. Now, because the two numbers are in the same cell, there's a problem analyzing that data. So what I advise that you do when you are structuring your data is this. This is name. This is department. This is email. Phone 1. Phone 2. This is even the way your phone or your Outlook or whatever software you have. This is the way they keep your data. They even have what we call email 1, email 2. Okay, it's not as if I cannot explain the question you are asking, but I'm just trying to email 1, email 2. I'm just trying to help to add this. So this is what you want to do. You want to highlight, format this, highlight, format this. This is the person's first number. This is the person's second number. Sometimes this is the mobile. This is the alternate. Okay, so that is the best way. But if you must do it in the same cell as your question goes, the moment you put a comma in between two numbers, you have converted it to text. Let me show you what I'm saying. This is the first number. Once you put a comma like this, and you put a space, and you put the person's second number, this will no longer work as number. Because what is happening is that I'm actually answering Jephthah's question. So this particular one is a text. Because what is happening is that Excel, why are we losing the first 0? It's because in calculation, there is nothing like 0900 as a number. It's either 0.9. This is a number. But 0900 is not a number. So Excel will assume that, well, you don't know what you are trying to do. So it will remove the first 0. So it is now left for you to now highlight all the cells and format it into text before you now begin to type your 080, 090, 070, and so on, 081, and so on. So the moment you format that cell, then Excel now says, okay, you have converted that range into a text. It means whatever you drop there will be treated as a text. That's what is happening. So, but the moment you are typing two numbers and you put comma in between, it's no longer a number, it's now a text because of that comma. That is, so it will not remove, so that leading 0 will not go. But that being said, I advise that when you are structuring your database, this one is for free, or I'm teaching you this one for free. Okay? Structure it in this way. Don't put two emails with comma. Put the first email in a cell. Put the second email. Put the first mobile number or number or GSM. Put the second one, the alternate or something, in another cell. Like this, it helps you to manage that data effectively in the future. It helps you to relate to them. Okay, so let's go on. Filtering. So open the pivot table file. I hope I've attended to all the questions. Okay. So I no go fit use Excel answer that question. The rain is not allowing me to hear. Okay, so sorry about that. checkbox, you should have the checkbox control in your system. If you don't have it, maybe your version. Okay, so please open the pivot table file. We want to use this data for filtering and also for sorting. So, we want to use it for filtering and for sorting. I want to use it for filtering and for sorting. Are we on the same page? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Now, yes. Okay. Good. So all the question on the issue of checkbox, it looks like as if this some people are having a delayed broadcast at their end. Maybe some people are in abroad or somewhere, because we have taught a checkbox 3 years ago and we left it. I can still see question on checkbox. That's a delayed broadcast. That's what they call delayed broadcast. Why some people are attending live, some people are watching. But if you are live, ask question about what we are doing now. Okay. We want to filter. So what does it mean to filter? Filter means to bring out certain information. So why do you want to filter? You have a set of data. There's so much, but you want to focus on a particular area to see clearly. Because if you're working with a very large set of data, I mean, you probably not be able to see some things. Maybe, for instance, I want to only look at the sales of banana, and I don't want to go through just trying to highlight banana out one by one. I want to see banana only. So I can use the filter option to filter out the sales of banana. So what do I do? I will, so if you have this file, can you give me a yes if you have this file? And no if you don't, so that you put it back. No, not voice, just in the chat session. Yes. Okay, so yes. Okay, yes. Oh, no. So that we have a one no here. So maybe we need to, admin, can you help me with that file again? Okay, we have yes. Okay, yes. So, yes. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Oluwayemisi. Okay. Thank you. So that's the file for our friend that said no. The file has been shared in the Okele, Kurowe. The file has been shared, the two files. Okay, so just download. It says click to download. Create a folder.
Sorry, guys, you can go to your email. It was forwarded to you. And you get everything from there, please, instead of all this. Okay. We have sent it to your mailboxes.
Okay, good. All right, so let's go. So now, we want to filter. So what we do, Hello? Why am I? Please, can you still hear me?
Yes,
Yes, we
sir.
can hear you.
We
We can
can.
hear you.
Yes, we
I
are
can
hearing.
hear you.
Okay. All right. So now let's filter. So what we'll do is we'll place the cursor. So we want to filter by product. That's what we want to do. Filter by product. So the fastest way to filter, you place your cursor on the you have to place it on your what do you call it, on the header, and then you go to data tab. You go to data tab, and then you click this filter. The shortcut key is Control-Shift-L. Control-Shift-L. Control plus Shift plus L. That's the shortcut key for filter. So place your cursor on the product or anywhere, because the filter button will show on all actually. So go to data tab, and then under data tab you see the sort and filter group, and then you click filter. Okay, so once you click filter, you will see that a button appears at the top. Okay, a button appears at the top of all the header. So you drop that button, and what am I filtering by? I'm filtering by banana. I'm filtering by banana. So once I do that, you'll see that I have only banana showing. And maybe I want to go further to get banana from United States. So I will drop down that arrow and say deselect all and choose only United States and click OK. No, did I select United Kingdom? United States. So this is banana. So what does that tell us? It tells us that these people from United States consume a lot of banana. So how many records do we have here? We have 23 records out of 213. And how did I know? You see that at the bottom, at the very bottom of your Excel screen. You will see 23 of 213 records found. Okay? So that is filtering for banana, for product, and for country. So if I choose clear filter, just beside the filter button, I have clear filter. Okay? So I can also filter for maybe carrots, or maybe two products like carrot and apple, for instance. So this will give me carrots and apple. And I want it from a particular country. So I say I want it from France, maybe. I say I have apple and carrots, and look at it. The French people say they don't like carrots. So for your decision purpose, when you filter, it also helps you to know what your data is saying. So this particular tool is also part of your data analysis help tool, because it also tells you what your data is saying. Because from what I'm seeing here, I mean, the company sells only this. I mean, it means that these people prefer more of Apple or whatever it is. I mean, when you filter, you get that information. So if you are done with filtering, you clear. Then another thing, you can filter numbers. You can filter amounts. But if your amounts are unique values, you probably not do the method that we applied before. You probably want to use the number filter session where you have equals, does not equal, greater than or equals to. So let's say I want to filter out all values greater than 9,000. So I'll see all transactions that's above 9,000. So I've been able to use the number filter to say greater than. And of course, you have every other. You have less than or equals to. The same comparison tools that we did before. You have equal, does not equal, that is not equal. But now you're not typing the function, you're actually using your filter option to get that. So top 10. So let's say you want to get the top 10 transactions, you can do that. So I'm going to clear my filter. I'll go back to that number. Then I'll go to number filter. Then I'll say top, maybe top 10, top 5, or bottom. Okay, you have two options. You have top, you have bottom. All right? You have top, you have bottom. Top 10, bottom 10. Okay? So I'll choose top 10. Or top 20, top 30, and so on. It depends on the numbers you type. So top 10 is just the default. So I have my top 10 transactions. Okay, 10 records out of 200. So these are the top 10. And then I can say number filter, top bottom. I change it to top bottom and bottom 10 items. So it gives me the lowest 10 transactions. So this is helping you to understand your data, analyze it, get some certain information. So filtering is a very good one. You can also filter by dates. Why not? You can say, show me all January transactions, and then it brings out only January. Or show me only July, and it brings out only July. So focus on the dates. So, but if you now say orange from July, that's another level. You want orange in the month of July. So, and if you now want to go another level from United Kingdom, it's obvious that others didn't sell orange. It's only New Zealand and United Kingdom that sold orange in July. So some of these things can help you to do some analysis, quick ones, just filtering around your data, and you can copy your filter results. I mean, if you need to reuse it or use it for a particular decision making, why not? You can copy your filter, the filtered results, paste it in another cell, and then move on to apply another filter condition. Okay, so only 2 records passed our query. Orange. What was the second thing? Products, dates for July, and then country, United Kingdom. Okay. So if you are done with your filter, you just come, you clear. Okay. And if you don't want the arrows to be at the top, you turn the filter off. Any question on filter? Any question on filtering? So let's see whether we can help you with your challenge, what you're trying to do. If it's possible, the filter will tell you. If it's not, will tell you why. Any question? No question. It means we are all good. And go on.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we go into sorting. So from the filter, you have seen that you can either use your additional number filter, or you do direct. Product has text filter. And of course, what do you do with this? You can filter out a situation whereby you are trying to filter. Okay, like this one. I used this method. Okay, lucky I will attend to you. I used this method to solve the problem for Lagos Business School, because I do some of their stuff. Lagos Business School, Agile site, Lekki Agile. So we were trying to analyze some of their data after we have done some training, because one thing about training is after training, application, you need to apply. We learn new things. But some of the challenges that some of us will have is the structure of our data. The way our data is structured will probably hinder us from being able to use a particular tool, no matter how you admire the tool, no matter how you admire the tool, it may be tough using that tool. And that was the challenge they had in the then. It's long time now. Not too long, but long time, not too long. So now, we wanted to analyze and summarize and do some stuff, but some of our transactions have names that are not consistent. And when you are summarizing, you need names that are the same. For instance, if I am adding all carrot transaction, if somebody writes carrot, another person posts carrots, another person say carotte, another person puts another word, Excel is going to see those things as 3 different words or 4 different words. So we needed to begin to find out of the transactions, what are the things that are common to all of them, so that we can rename, so that we can use find and replace and all those stuff before, at least, first of all, to get all those contained. So we say, okay, filter out all cell that contains. So maybe there's a way somebody writes what's UBA now? United Bank Africa or something of Africa. So somebody posts UBA, another person posts the full name, another person wrote B and all those things. So by the time they are trying to summarize this data, there is inconsistency. There is UBA, there is UBA written in full, there's UBA approximated in some form, and is inconsistent. So they are not able to summarize all transactions from UBA. I'm not saying that it's UBA they are dealing with, but I'm just trying to, because I can't tell you specifically what we did. I can't bring out another person's data. I'm just trying to use something that can show you what. So we had to use filter text that contain U, for instance. So in the process of giving us all text that contains U, we're able to see the one that is UBA, the one that wrote United, the one that wrote this and that, and then we're able to now say find and replace. Okay, so these are some of the things that these tools beyond the ordinary things you use them for. These are some of the uses. So if you say text that contain, it can give you anything that is close. So if I want all text, filter out everything that contains B, for instance, it is going to filter out broccoli, banana, beans. These are the things that contains B. So let's say I'm not very sure of what I'm looking for. I can use B and then say, well, the data I'm looking for contains what do you call it? B. Then I can filter with B. Okay. All right.
Sorry, Mr. Rohan, please, can you do that again?
The filter with
B, yeah, with B.
Okay. So I'll clear my filter. Then I'll go down to this product. Then I'll go to text filter option. And then I'll go to contains. So you see contains. So here, so when I click that, then I will have this custom auto filter dialog box. Then I will type B. Then I'll click OK. So it will filter out everything.
Thank you very much.
B. Yeah, you're welcome. Right. Good. So that's filter for you. Yes. So let's move to sorting. So I'm going to use the same data. Okay, so let me apply some filter here and then leave it, because I'll be sharing this file with you so that you'll be able to go through them later. So I'm going to duplicate that file. So that's for filtering. So I'm talking about sorting now. Sort. So I'll use the same file. Just copy. Okay. Thoughts. Yes, Mr. Banigo, yes. Formatting your data with border is very, very good, and it makes it clearer. Okay, makes at least to know that you have set that data part. So put borderlines. It's better. And to make it more beautiful, after you have applied borderline, you probably want to go to view and set the grid lines off. So when you set the grid lines off, what you will have is only the section that contains the borderline, while the rest will be white. So like what I've done now, you can see that because I applied borderline, I set my grid line off from view. So I can see that every other portion is plain, while the section where I have data is has grid lines. Okay, good. So let's move to sorting. So why do we sort? So sorting helps you to organize your data in a particular order. So probably ascending. Ascending is A to Z. Zero to 1. Descending is Z to A. 1 to 0. Okay. So you can sort based on any of the header. You can sort by product, you can sort by category, by amount, by date, by country. So the quickest way also, place your cursor. When it comes to sorting, you want to use a column as your primary sorting criteria, while every other will follow. Okay? I know most of us know that, but I'm going to take this sorting class beyond just the basic to another level. But I'll start from the basic, okay? So the basic is that I can go to Data tab, select A to Z or Z to A, and then once I click A to Z based on the product, it will sort. So I now have this in ascending order. This is coming from apple to banana to beans and so on. Okay, from A to Z. From A to Z. And I can also sort descending from Z to A. Of course, the last character there is letter O, which is orange. So I have orange and so on. You can see it descending back to letter A. Okay. And of course, you can sort numbers. You can sort numbers from lowest to highest. And you can sort from highest down to the lowest. And you can sort dates from earliest to later, later to earliest. Okay. So I can sort from December, that's for dates. Okay. But now, this is where I'm going. But if you have question on this, let me know before I move to where I'm going on sorting. Any question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
My question is on filtering. I notified you before now. Okay, I wanted to ask if you're filtering and you have a space in between the line, is it possible to also filter? Because I've tried it so many times, and once it gets to where the space is, I'm not able to sort the whole of the cell that I want to sort. Is there any way one can sort when there's space?
So selecting all will help you. So if you make selection, okay, if you select the entire range, so what it means is that once you get to the end where you have space, you keep your selection, you move on to include every other session that is after the space. Because normally what the Excel is designed to do is that a space divides a particular range of cell from another. So that's why it's not a good practice to put spaces when you know that particular data you are working with is the same. So it's not fashionable. It looks as if some people, it looks as if they are trying to design their work out, but it's not good for analysis or anything. It's not good. Excel wants you to leave your data the way it is. Once you insert a space in between, you divide the data apart. You set them apart. That's what it means. So that's why you have that kind of challenge. So what you want to do is you want to remove the space if there's need, if it's need, if that will not tamper with something, or you highlight everything. Let's say this is where the value ended before, and then the space here, you continue, you select all. So that's what will solve that problem before you now begin to apply your sorting or filter. Otherwise, if that is still giving you a problem, remove the space. The Excel does not want you to. If you are using pivot table and all other tools like that, once you have a space, the result will scatter. You won't get the right kind of outcome you want. Are we good? Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so I want to take us to another level. I'm sure some of us have been seeing this. Some of us have been using it. And for those who have not, this will be an eye-opener for you. Now, if I want to sort in levels, that's what we call sorting in levels. If I sort this by product, for instance, it sorts primarily based on products, and it pushes every other thing that products should have. Yes, fine. But what if I want to have Apple, but I also want to sort the sales of Apple at the same time in ascending order, and I want to have sales of Apple from the lowest to the highest? So ordinary sorting will not do that for me. And if I come to amount here and I sort from lowest to highest, this will scatter again. So if I come to amount and I say sort from lowest to highest, this will scatter. So I don't get that result that I want. But what I want is give me all Apple together and then arrange them. Then when you get to banana too, do the same thing. When you get to banana, start from the lowest to the highest. That means sorting in levels. So this is how we do that. You will go to, you click, you make sure your cursor is placed at the top of your data. Make sure your cursor is placed at the top of your data, not outside, not outside. Don't let your cursor be somewhere where the Excel cannot communicate with you. The data cannot communicate with you. So let it be within the data, preferably at the top. Then you click sort. Now this time you are not clicking A to Z, Z to A. You're clicking the sort button itself. Then with the sort button, you want to sort by products first. But let me reverse this the sorting that I did before I will start. Okay, so I want to start from the scratch. Okay, so I will click the sort button. Then I will say sort by product. So I'm sorting the cell values and I'm saying A to Z. Then I will add level. At the top here, you will see add level. So I'll click add level. So the add level will now say then by. I will say then by amount. Then by amount. Yes, I'm sorting on cell values from smallest to largest. So now I have two levels. If I don't want a level, I'll click delete level. So that's what this delete level is. If I want to duplicate a level, then I will say copy level. That's what this copy level means. So once I have two levels, then so I said sort on products, then on the amount, then I'll click OK. So you will see it started sorting, giving me Apple, then it started Apple from the lowest. This is the lowest sales of Apple. Then when it gets to banana, you will see that when it gets to banana, it starts from the lowest. I'm talking about in terms of amount. And it takes it like that to the highest. Can you see that? Can you see that? Good. Then you have beans from lowest to highest. So that is level. Now, I can go back to that place, add one more level. No, I want to delete it. Let me put it after. So add one more level and say then by date. And see how it's going to work. Oldest to newest. And I click OK. So it looks at the apple. It looks at the value. And then it starts from the oldest. And comes to June, April, February, sorry. Then it starts from so I'm trying to see if this really makes sense. Because sometimes logically what you're trying to apply may not make sense. So you get it off, because if it affects the first and the second level, then you take it off. So to me, I don't think it really does. Okay. Because, so this is one level on its own. Then it starts another level from the oldest down to the earliest, and then like that, the way it says. But it doesn't really make any much listing. So, but you can apply 2 levels. If 3 levels make sense, why not? Let me remove the date level and replace with country and see the effect. Sorted all Apple from the lowest amount to the highest. But there's a problem with the country. Now, it's not as if this thing is not working. It's working, but because of this amount, this particular Germany is the lowest character that you can see from this lower value. And then when it comes to this particular set of values, so let's say this particular value has more than 1, then you are going to see this appearing from maybe Canada to blah, 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 A to Z. So that's what's happening here. So as you can see, this is also another. So you can sort using levels. Okay? Can sort using levels. So, do we have questions so far? You can put it in the text session, or you can unmute and ask. I can't see. Okay, maybe because all cameras are turned off. So I can't see people easily for me to see hands raised. Okay, any question? Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
good
we
to
can.
hear. Yeah, welcome back.
Hello.
Welcome back. Welcome back. All right. So, let me share my screen. Okay. All right. So before we took our break, we were on sorting. So we're talking about sorting, but we took the sorting to another level. And we said we can sort using adding levels. So we added 3 levels. But of course, I said sometimes if you have a level that is not too clear, you can remove it and maintain 2 levels at a time. It depends on the kind of data you have, actually. So it depends on the kind of data you have. All right. So that's sorting. I'm going to move to another topic. Find and replace. Remove duplicates. Okay, good. Of course, find and replace is basic tool in Excel that you can use to find a particular text that you are looking for and replace it with another. So I will also use this data in my front to do that. So let me return it back to its original state. So you use the find and replace tool. So we're talking about find and replace. To find a text and replace with another. So we can, let's say we want to replace a particular text. And why will you do that? Sometimes, like what I said the other time, that you may find out that your data has a kind of maybe wrong spelling or not properly typed, or is not following a particular pattern, and you want to find that text and replace it with another text. So you want to find, for instance, maybe we want to include Nigeria and replace particular country in this particular sheet. So let me say I want to change New Zealand. New Zealand. Now I want to find New Zealand and replace. So you do that from the home tab. Okay? And you can see the editing group, which is somehow it will be the last one. For some of us on our Excel, it will be the last button to the right side. So if you choose find, you will see find, you see replace, you see go to, so but let's say what you actually want to do is just find a particular text. You can use the find only to find words. Okay, you're searching for a particular text. Maybe your intention is not to replace, but it's just to find that text. So you can use find what you just find me United States. Find me United States. So you can say find next or find all. So if you use find all, then it will begin to give you opportunity to see the occurrence where you can find that. So you can see that a dialog box appears, and then it tells you all the cells where you can find that particular data. So you can see United States. And that also helps you to know which particular one you are looking for, and how you can get there. So you can easily click and it jumps to the exact value that you are looking for. So that's find. So you're looking for particular text, and you can use the find next to move from next to another one. I mean, that is after you have searched, maybe you want to get the next one, the next, or you can scroll through all the occurrences and pick the particular one you want to jump to, and then get to it. But replace means, so if you move to replace, which is whether you click replace or you click find, usually the dialog box will always be the same. It is actually find and replace dialog box. But they give you option to say, okay, what you want to do is probably to just find. And you find, you get what you want to do. But when you go to replace, it means you now have an additional step to change that. So maybe I want to change all United States to Nigeria. So if I want to replace a particular one, then I will just choose replace, and that is where I am now, is where to replace. That is 103 row 103. So if I choose replace, that's what you do. But if I choose replace all, then it will go for, okay. Then it will go for all. Then it will go for all and replace. So I'll choose replace all. Then I can see all done. We made 57 replacements. So all occurrence of United States has been changed. And then we now have Nigeria there. Okay. So, and when I'm done, I can just close. So that is find and replace.
Mr. Abraham, sorry, the find and replace wasn't too clear.
Okay. So what exactly do you want me to prepare? Because which aspects? Or you are just joining?
No, I've been here. I was just watching you.
Okay.
You went to editing, right?
Yes, editing, yes.
In my own system, I have editing, but I can't even, it's not enabling me. I don't know why. But I can find...
Is your cursor in the data? let your cursor be within the data
Okay.
and make sure that it's not active. Like if I double click a text like this, it may be blinking. So if I go to that, it will be inactive and I may not be able to do anything. So just let's be sure of that first, okay? Then now check again.
Okay, I'm placing my cursor on the data.
Okay.
I went to editing.
Okay,
It's
on
just
that
there.
tab,
It's just there. And mine is not like your own, though. I have all these icons, like I have the sort and filter, I have
click.
found and replace. But it's not showing the way your own is showing.
No.
Under
You know the way my screen is, because I'm
is
sharing,
different.
because I'm sharing my screen, it's compressed.
Okay,
So
okay,
yours will be
Okay.
extended like this.
okay,
All you need
So-
to do is just click that find and replace button.
okay, okay. I am there now. So I want to understand what you were trying to replace and what you were trying to
So
find.
if you click find, for instance, you are looking for a particular text. So I use the find to find all occurrence of United States.
Okay.
So that was what I did. And then I now went to, so I found all United States and I said, you can see that there's a drop, there's extended portion of it where all the.
Yes, I have gotten all this.
So then I now went to replace. So I said I could replace the text I found with another text.
Another country, okay.
So I typed
Okay.
Nigeria.
Okay.
And
I'm
I
not
said,
saying replace all.
yes.
Okay, fine.
So,
I'm good.
so that was how we got.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Okay. So that's find and replace. Now let's look at remove duplicates. Remove duplicates. So now, when dealing with data, you need to understand what a duplicate means. A duplicate may mean duplicate transaction, duplicate rules of data or something like that. So let's look at something now, because there are various ways you can use this tool. Now, if you look at the data we are working with, so I'm trying to have a copy of it.
Let me enter through where I present me now.
So I'm trying to use a copy of it.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Mute
So
mute myself. Where is the mute for this environment now?
so remove duplicates. So now this particular worksheet does not have duplicates because each of the transactions are unique. Okay. But now let's say I make a copy of all this. Let me just bring out the country alone and put it by this side. And let's say I want to get the unique, because the opposite of duplicate now will be unique. So I want to get the unique countries. So I will know how many countries in all are we even analyzing. So I have all the countries here. So I can remove duplicates from here and get the unique values. So if I highlight all these, then I go to Data tab. So under the Data tab, we have this Remove Duplicate. That is under just that same place where we saw text to column. where we have text to column. It's just the one immediately after the sort and the filter under home tab. I mean, under data tab, sorry. Under the data tab, after sort and filter, you have data tools group. So that data tools group, if you will see remove duplicate. So the first thing you will do is highlight the data you want to extract the unique values from. So which means that data must have some duplicate version. So you just go to remove duplicate. You click remove duplicate. Then it will ask you which column. Of course, for me, it's column J, because that is where I have all the data. Then it's asking, does my data have header? This one has no header because it's an extraction. So I'll just click OK. And then it will say 206 duplicate values found and removed. 7 unique values remain. Okay. So I have 7 unique values remain. So after removing the duplicate, I can do that also for product. So what I'm saying is removing duplicate from a transaction that is normal, I mean, that stays on its own, is like you are killing that file. So maybe you just want to have a duplicate, I mean, a unique idea, or if a transaction. So I'm going to work on this one too now. But I'll just, for now, let me just bring the products that I copied, bring them here, go to data tab, data tools group, remove duplicates, click OK. Then I have 206 duplicate, remove 7 now. But let's assume that this particular transaction has duplicate. So I'm going to insert some spaces in between, and I will make a copy of this and then make another duplicate copies of another transaction. So maybe because of some posting errors and all those stuff, sometimes we have a particular set of transactions posted twice, recorded twice, and all those stuff. So you want to find if there's duplicate. So for this one now, if I select this data for the sake of trying to locate duplicate transactions. Okay, so this is different from just values. This is more of duplicate rows or duplicate transactions. Okay, so here I can now go to data tab and choose remove duplicates. Then all my columns are active because I have to indicate all the columns, because I'm not removing duplicate from just a single one. Because if I say remove duplicate on product, then it removes all that and then leaves only unique. Then what happens to the original data that has been tampered with? But in this case, I'm looking for transactions or rows of data and not necessarily just unique values. So I will, my data has header, so that is already identified. Then I'll click OK. So it says 3 duplicates values found and removes 213 unique values remain. So that means that the ones I added now, the row 9 and the 15, these ones have been, the duplicates have been found. So if I select Control A, if I select all this again, and I go to remove duplicates, and I say remove duplicate and I click OK, it will say no duplicate values found. So the reason here is because each of these transactions are unique in nature. This is different. This is a different one. So that's, this one is banana and this one is banana and this one is fruit. The moment you see other ID and it's 3 and it sees another ID is 4, that means these transactions are not duplicates. But if you are doing, maybe trying to get unique values out of your original transaction, why not? That one will be treated as duplicate values. So that is that's for remove duplicate. So I've done text to column, but I can repeat it again. Text to column. I think I addressed it in one of the questions, but let me just, for the sake of those who missed it, text to column. So we're saying this text to column 2 is used in a situation where names have been combined together or some data has been combined together, and that particular data has a delimiter. Because if it doesn't have delimiter, then it will not be easy to apply the text to column, because of course, what are you going to say is the dividing point, what divides the text from the other. So let's say I have some names, James, Oluwole, Gabriel, Nwachukwu, Ahmed, and okay, so now these names are in a single column, but you might want to just split them into 2 different columns. That's what text to columns mean. To split them so that you will have first name, because this one is simply like saying names or name or something. But you want to have it in a situation whereby you can just identify first name and then surname, or first name and last name. Okay, so you will select your data, then you go to data tab, and then that text to column section, that data tool section under the data tab is where you have text to column. So once you click it, you need to identify your delimiter. So the first thing is that what are you using to separate? So there are 2 options: delimited. So characters such as comma or tabs separate each field, and we have quite a lot of other types. Then the second one is called fixed width. The fields are aligned in columns with spaces between each field. So this is more or less like using space as your delimiter also. But so if you choose delimited, then you can indicate what is your delimiter. So that is space. A space. We have space between James and Oluwole. There's a space. So you use space. Once the delimiter is identified, the data preview at the bottom will give you an idea of where you are going. If this data preview is not showing, then it means something is wrong. So let's say I chose a comma, and this data preview does not separate the text. That means it's not correct. That means my delimiter is not yet what I'm looking for. I chose tab, but the moment I choose space, it puts a line dividing it. That means it's going to work. So that's the point you will know that this thing is going to work. Just click finish. and you are good. So now you can now say first name, and you can now say last name. Okay. All right. So that is test column for you. Now, so let me quickly pick, let me see. I'm just trying to look at something. Okay, good. So I'm going to roll you back to the functions that we left behind in the previous class. The sum if and the count if, and then large. So I will start to sum if and count if. So count if counts value based on a given criteria. Counts values based on a given criteria. That is count if. Sum if adds values based on a given criteria. So you notice that I didn't say all values. I said values because it doesn't have to be all. Because whatever is doing criteria now, the criteria separates it from the all. So you are no longer adding all or counting all, but you are counting based on the criteria. So a criteria can be anything, and that's what we'll be looking at. We'll look at this one separately, the large. We'll use another example, so we'll look at this separately. But let me just deal with these two now. So what I want you to do is get this type of duplicate, this type of whatever I've done here under remove duplicate is what I want you to do. So I want to have a version of this particular sheet. So, and we are going to name it count if and sum if. So count if, sum if. So I will explain that again, what count if is and what sum if will do for us. And I'm going to use this data, and that's why I'm doing this. So if you don't have this and you want to follow me, so what you should do is to remove the duplicates from bring the data, put the normal data on the, put it on the left side, and then remove, put the one for country, and then remove the duplicates also for products and put them on the right side. So now what we want to do is to use the sum if function to sum all the transaction, all the sales of United States alone from this. So what it means is that we want to find everywhere they made sales on from United States and add them together. Now, if you have to do this manually, it means you have to come here and begin to do like this, equal sign. You look for United States, you click the value, you do plus again, you look for another occurrence of United States, you click the value, and then you put, until you find all United States. But we don't want to do that. So for a person who don't know about the tool, of course, that's what the person will do. And the person will still say, I am great. I've done a lot of big work in Excel. But we want to shock that person and say, no, don't do that. We have a better way. So you can use the sum if to sum based on the criteria. Our criteria in this case is United States. And by the time we copy the formula to every other, then it will change for each person. It will be at a time for United States, for another time United Kingdom, and like that, we'll be able to get our answer. So let me give you 2 minutes to quickly prepare your sheets. If you are here, you can write done. And if you are not there, just say wait. So you have that file one side, and so I'm not seeing anything in the chat session.
Please, I didn't get your question.
Okay. So prepare the file. We want to do sum if. So prepare the file. I mean, have this data, and I guess you have it. We downloaded it. So have it on one side. Then have this like this. Country, United States, United Kingdom, Canada.
I do.
So if you have it, then that means you are done. So I want others who have done that also to have to write done. And if you are not, you say wait. Okay, good. So I have only one now. Only one person. Done. Good. 2 people. So I'll give you 1 minute. Only 3 people are responding. I hope it's not that some people. Oh, okay, good, very good. 4 now. So 4 out of 54. 5 out of 54. 54, okay. If I count myself, I'll say 53, or coordinator 52. Done, yes. Okay, good. All right, so okay, so I'll move on. Because of time, I'll continue. So we want to sum unique transactions. That's what we want to do. We want to sum the unique transactions. So we'll use sum if. So equal sign SUMIF. That is sum if. Sum if function is also a range function, but it also has criteria. So it demands criteria from us. So apart from the fact that it works on a range, it also gives us the opportunity to spell out a criteria, that's a condition for which we are performing our calculation. So the first thing that we have there is range. So there are parameters that are giving things that we are supposed to provide to make this function to work. The first one is range. The second one is criteria. And the third one is the sum range. Now, usually, this range means criteria range. So when you see range like this, it actually means criteria range. So for some of us who are using summing, I think what some people do, I've seen people just select everything and they'll call it a range. You actually don't need everything. What you need is just the criteria range, because that's where my criteria is. I'm summing, no, is that a country? Okay, so if this is country, then what I'm summing for is my criteria will be the country. So all I need is just select the country. That is my criteria. That's my criteria range. That's where I can find my criteria. My criteria is country. So this is where they are. This is where I can find them. So that forms my criteria range. Then I'll put a comma. Then the second thing is my criteria. My criteria is already typed here. So that's the reason for bringing out unique values, so that I can point to my criteria and say, okay, United States is my criteria. But if I don't have it here, then what I will have done is open a quote and type United States directly. So it's either I reference it or type it, but this is not a good practice, because if I conclude it with this, then I will not be able to copy this down to others, because everything will stay at United States, or I will have to be changing for every person. Every row, I will change from United States to United Kingdom. So I don't need to do this. So instead of doing this, I will reference the cell so that I can work with it relatively instead of typing it. So, and that is what we mean by relative reference. So we'll come to that because I can see that we have cell referencing and we have relative reference, absolute reference, mixed referencing. So all these things have to do with the kind of reference that we are working with. So, and we are going to see them here now. So for me to select, so that's why sometimes this Excel stuff is better addressed practically based on what you are doing than somebody now say, okay, come and see, this is what relative reference. It's just applying it to the real work. Anytime you make a calculation and you say this one times that, and you calculate relatively, you drag down relatively, that's relative reference. So what it means is that whatever you have here is relative to what you have on the other side. So it's relative reference. But if it is absolute, it means that your range has to be locked with $sign to make it an absolute reference. And I'm going to explain why we do all those things. Okay, so now I've selected my criteria, which is United States. I've selected my range, criteria range, which is F2 to F214. That's the first thing I will do. That's my range. Then I'll put a comma. Then I will now select the criteria. Then the third thing, which is the last thing, is the sum range. Where am I summing from? So I'm summing from under the amount. So I will select from this down to the last value. So that is D2 to D214. is my sum range. That's where my values are. F2 to F214 is my criteria range. That's where my criteria is. Then H3 is my criteria. D2 to D214 is my sum range. That's where the values I want to sum are. So once you do that, what you need to do is press enter, and it will pick all United States value and add them together. All United States values and add them together. So I can copy the formula down. So I can copy the formula to every other. And then I now have the total sales. But now, this is, I need to quickly do something so that I'll let you understand where we are going, because we are learning two things at the same time. And it's very important you understand that. Now, I need to do an auto sum of this total value to know how much we have. This is 102 blah blah blah. Now, I also need to total this. So I can compare by saying equals this equals, so remember I showed you comparison operators, equals this. If it gives me true, then it means my result is correct. It means what I did here is correct. So I'm comparing this total with the final total there. It gives me true, then it means this, my result is correct. So I use the sum if to sum based on criteria, and then I provided my sum range. Okay. Okay. So total 6. So I can do that with product also. To say sales by product. Total sales by product. That's I want to know each of the product, what's the total. So I can come here and say equals SUM. If, sum if, then I will choose my criteria range. My criteria range is product, because my criteria here is product. So what I'm working on is product. So I'll choose my criteria range as product. That is B2 to B214. I can type it if I want, highlight it, or I can just do Control-Shift down arrow to pick everything at once. Okay, so that's my range. Then I'll pick my criteria, which is carrot. Then I'll put a comma. Then I will now pick my sum range. That is where the values I want to sum are. I'm summing by carrot. Carrot is my criteria. So in sum if, you do 1 first. So after you're done with one, then you can now copy and then it will affect every other. So that's my sum range. That's where the values I'm summing are. Then I'll click and press enter. Then I can copy the formula. Now, so with this now, I can easily highlight this, go to insert, go to chart, give me a chart for this. That's the chart. I can highlight this, go to insert, give me a chart. That's a chart. Because you create chart from a summary of data. So why do you summarize data? Because you need to understand that data very well. You need to generate executive reports from the data, then you summarize it. So what we have just done here is to create, using SumIf, to create a simple summary of the data, because this is what an executive person understands. What is the total of this? What is the total of that? Not to be showing a full worksheet and say we saw carrots. No. What the executive is interested in is in the summary. Okay. So any question before I move on? You can type it in the chat session. I know that usually after the launch like this, people's momentum and strength just reduce, especially the type of food that we eat may also affect us. Maybe some people have taken pounded yam and they swallow and they are sleeping. So I hope we're on the same page, because I'm not hearing anybody talk or make comments. So if you want me to assume that this is good, this is fine, all good. Okay.
Please, Mr. Abraham, can you please go back to the product files?
Okay.
I got a bit confused. I'm sorry.
All right. Okay. Good. So equals SumIf. So our range is B2 to B214. Then the criteria is where you put it. Yours may not be H12, but where you put it, all you just need to do is click. But the carrot you are clicking is the one that is the unique values, not from the original sheet. So if you click carrot from the original place, that will confuse the whole thing. So okay, so the charts now. So I hope this is taken.
Mr. Abraham, please, sorry.
Yes,
Sorry.
yes.
I'm taking you a bit back.
Okay.
You said equals SumIf.
Yes.
You said the main range, which is B2 to B214.
Yes.
Then you take the criteria, which is the carrot,
Yes.
from the other product, not from the main sheet.
Yeah, exactly.
So how did you get the D2? Is it
amount?
The amount, right? Okay,
range,
perfect.
yes.
I'm okay. Thank you.
Yes. So the chart now, I have questions rolling in on chart. So what I did was, so using this result, I can easily plot a chart. So all I did was highlight the country, total sales, highlighted everything like this, and then went to insert tab, insert. Went to insert, and then under insert, I have chat group. Then I picked the first chart that I use is column chart. Then I pick the column chart and then drag it to this side and I reduce the size a bit just to be able to make it appear. So then I came to the second one, which is the product total sales. Highlight the entire range and then insert tab. Highlight the entire range, then you go to insert. Then this time I picked pie charts. And then did some resizing also, just to be able to position it. Okay, so from this, so what it means is that from this particular report, I've been able to use the SUMIF to find total sales by each country, total sales by each product, and I've been able to also use charts to represent it such that I can see that based on country, we have the largest sales coming from United States, followed by United Kingdom, and maybe Germany, and France, and Canada, then New Zealand last. Here, we also have the pie charts. You can also format your pie charts to show values. So all you just need to do is go to chart design on the ribbon, go to chart design, and choose another design that includes data.
Hello, Mr. Brown.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry, I joined a bit late. I just want to just to confirm from the country, you removed duplicates from country and products for you to have different products and different countries.
Yes.
On that data, let me understand. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So after removing the duplicate, for us to have across each country, so you start from, let's say, United States, which is under H, and is on the column of H3.
Yes.
Yes, H3. Okay, so you now did a SUMIF of H3. Now going to the country, which is under F. That will now be F2 column to the end of the country, which is F214.
Yes.
Okay.
F2 to F214. Yes.
Okay.
Then I now selected the criteria, which is
H3. Which is H3.
Then, yes. Then the sum range, which is D2 to D214.
It's okay.
Excellent. Okay. Executive summary is fine if it has chart. Chart is a way of driving your summary. It is very, very wide. And I mean, it's fine and it's wise if you include it with the data also. Like format it, don't just let it stand without enough information. Like this one now, I've included the percentage. Because when you are doing those summary with the charts, it helps you to drive the information and then reduces what you will say, what you have to say, or explanations. Okay, so the executive summary is fine. I mean, it's the best way. Put chart and then let the chart have data to also further explain why this one is longer or what's the value. Okay, so that's why you have some of these chart designs trying to help you to further make the chart look more understandable. So you just pick any one you want, and preferably if you have the ones that have values. Like this one now includes values, so you can easily see the numbers attached to the chart. Okay, so I'm responding to the chat session and the questions. All right, so you can see that this is just one of the tools. I mean, imagine what SOMIV and SOMIV has done for us for country and products, and how it's been able to help us to give a clearer understanding of our data, the sales pattern, and blah blah blah. So that's good.
Hello.
Now,
Can I say something, please?
so
Sorry to interrupt. I want to find out.
are you asking me a question?
Yes, 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 sir.
Samsung is what I have there.
Yes, I just told you, but it's asking for an exam using my Samsung. Hello, can you hear me?
Then I can't hear you clearly.
Okay, I'm going to chat you.
Eh?
I'm going to chat. Let me put it in chat.
Okay, I assume I heard what you just said now, that you're putting it on chat. Okay. I think that's what she said. Okay. So we have it on the chat session. Okay, so any other question? Okay, so let me continue. So I was talking about reference. And then before that, I will do count if, so that we can know. Now we've seen the total sales, but we can also find out how many sales did we have from each of these countries, and if we get the product also. So let's start with the countries. So count if, equal sign, count if, equal sign, count if. So I'll start with range. So count if takes only two parameters, range and criteria. So count if does not take sum range, because you don't need it, because you are not summing, you are just counting. So we will count based on country. So the first thing is the range. And so we'll select the range, which is F2. So, and I did say that if you don't want to be highlighting one by one, you can do Control Shift, hold down the Control key, and the, what do you call it now? The Shift key together, and use the down arrow key. You can make your selection at once. So I've selected my range. So imagine if I have 2,000 range of data. How am I going to be able to be making selections one by one? So it's better that I select all at once. So you just do Control Shift down arrow key. That's all. All right, so that's then I pick my criteria, which is United States, close the bracket, press enter. 57 transactions from United States. No. $57 transactions from United States, 34 from United Kingdom, and so on. So if I come to that can be number of sales or transactions. That can be number of sales or transactions, number of sales. So equal sign, count if, range. So for products will be my range. So I'll select, Control Shift down arrow to make all my selections. Then comma, my criteria. Then close the bracket, press enter. Then I have 27 from 27. The transaction, number of sales of transaction in all is 27 times carrot. So you can also do a chart for this based on what you want to, the kind of report you want to get. Why not? You can do chart based on the number of, so you understand your data better when you do some of these analysis on them. So with what we are saying now, you can easily explain the data and then take it to the point of interpretation. All right. No, the chart is not, I have a question there that says, sorry to take you back. It's obvious that all the columns are factored in the chart table, except the date column. So is it possible to, no. So it's not, this particular table is not the original table. This particular table is only the summary table. And the summary was just done based on the country name and the total sales using summary. So you are not creating a chart from this big table. No, you are not creating a chart from this big table. So because we are talking about dates, then it will mean that you are creating a chart from this very big table. No. This is not a summary. This is the original data. So your chart is based on summary. The result of your sum if and your count if you want, will be your summary. That is what you use for charts and not the original data set. So not the original. So date does not come in this case.
Thank you.
So anytime you want to create a chart for analysis, it should be based on summary. So it should be based on summary. And that is when the chart will make sense. That's when it will read the kind of information that you can interpret or you can explain. So this is more or less as if you are creating a dashboard for your data. So you have the real data, and then you have the summary beside, and you have charts, and you can still use other types of charts to illustrate or explain what you're trying to illustrate. Okay. So let me now talk about relative reference using this data. Now, there's something I want you to look closely at, because somehow, if we conclude this task and go away, we may be having a wrong result and we'll still be thinking we did well. And without focusing on what are the ranges that has been ignored. Now, look at this. When we did United States, we selected from F2 to F214 because that's our range. Our range. Why not? I just, okay, there's a question, is it ideal to write counting? No, it's just maybe for your own, you don't have to explain the tools or the function you use for your task. No, you don't have to. But just for you to be able to remember, that's why. So for me, I will just type count if here too. And it's just for you to be able to refer to it, to know what we did here for a class example. But in a real production environment where you are really doing your work in the office, no. You don't need to indicate anything like that. Okay. I have not saved this file, so let me just save it. Thanks. Class work. Over. It's 24. Enter. Okay. So that answers that question. So now let me continue with what I was saying. So now, our range is F2 to F214. Then the second one is D2 to D214, and that is for the sum if. Now, and that is for United States. But look at what will happen. If I double click on United Kingdom, it shows F3 to F215. So which means that this is relative reference. As you drag down, it skips the upper one, F4 to F216. So what if Germany is at the top? Then Germany result is not going to be correct. So what if what if in our original data we have United States, United Kingdom, and Germany is somewhere around here? And then in our unique data, because for whatever reason, you might have typed this yourself without even removing duplicate. Because when you did remove duplicates tried to keep to the order of the arrangement here. But not necessarily. You might have typed United States here, typed Germany here, and put France here, and whatever else. So, and in the process of dragging this formula down, if Germany was up here, then Germany will have been skipped. And that means one of the data will not be included, and this will not be correct. Because this is appearing as a relative reference. Relative reference means as you drag this down, it works relatively with this. So if I double click here, this one is working relatively with this. So it's starting from F6 to F218, and it's working relatively with that. So, and that does not make sense for a normal calculation. So it doesn't work for normal calculation. So because in doing this, you have made a serious mistake, omitting some of the columns, some of the rows at the top. So that is why when you are doing this calculation, you must convert these values to absolute. You must convert them to absolute reference. So this F2 to F214 should look like this. $F, $2, and $F, $214. That is absolute column, absolute row. Then this H3 is relative. You can't change this because if you make this, if you lock, so making this one $F2, I mean $F, $2, $F, $214 means that it's not going to shift. Means that as you drag down, it will stay on the selection. It will always start from F2 and end in F214. So that you're dragging the formula down, it will not change because you are now making it absolute reference. So now if I press enter and then I copy this formula downward, you will see that I have a different, in fact, I'm even having a different result. Maybe because of this D214. So let me just make this absolute. So which means one way or the other, some of them were wrong. Some of them were wrong. So D214. Okay. So now, this is what I have. So if I click here, you will see that it stays on F2 to F214, D2 to D214. So it's not shifting like what we had before. If I come to Germany, it's not shifting. It stays on F2 to F214, D2 to D214. But you see this this one that is in between is relative because I can't change it. If I lock this, then it will be locked to the United States. So let me show you the effect. Let me say $H, $3, which is wrong, but just for practice. So now look at what will happen. If I double click, all my results are going to be the same. Everything will be the same. Why? Because I locked everything to United States. So that $sign locks your range. It makes it doesn't move again. That's what it means. It will not move. It will stick to a place. So the what do you call it now? The criteria must remain as relative, so that when I get to United Kingdom, it should be H4. When I get to Canada, it should be H5 because Canada is in H5. So that when I get to Germany, it should be H6. When I get to Australia, it should be H7. So that's because it is relative. So if I lock it to H3, then it will only be for United States. But for every other, because I'm dealing with the same range, the range has to be F2 to F214. D2 to D214. So you have to put $F, $2, $F, $214. Then $D, $2, then $D, D214. So that is absolute reference. This works when you are doing things like sum if, count if. These things are very important. VLOOKUP. So for VLOOKUP, for sum if, for count if, it is important. But you don't need it for sum, you don't need it for count, ordinary sum, ordinary count, max, mean. No. You don't really need them, except there's a reason for locking a particular cell so that you can make, maybe you want to do a formula and then you want to multiply by that same cell. Then you can make that cell absolute. So let me show you what I mean. So I'm just going to create a small worksheet and I will call it salary. No, let me just say sales. Let me say salary. maybe for, so I will just say blah, blah, blah. Dash, 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 dash. And dash, 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 dash. So let's say the total payee on, I'm just doing, this is not a standard thing, but just something to explain absolute reference. So maybe it is 30%. Let's just something like this, not so, and these are the values. Now, if I want to calculate 30% of each of these values, 30% of each of these values, and then I go this way, then there's a problem. Reason, because it is looking at it as relative. So the moment I drag this formula down, when it gets to this place, it's saying C2 times, C2, which is 30%, no, which is payee, is no longer 30% now. It has jumped to the payee times this value. So I'm multiplying this text with this value. Then when I get to this, it's now saying this particular value multiplied by this. And then that one becomes a very big value that somebody will like to have in his account. So now, so to be able to have a proper result, we have to make this C1, which is 30%, make it absolute. So, and that is going to be $C $1. So what does it mean? It means that even if I copy this formula down, at every point in time, all of them will multiply this by this. This also will multiply this by this. So this is one of the reasons for absolute. So where you have to keep multiplying by a single value and the value must stay, then you need to make that value absolute. So what it means is that the location of that value does not change in the formula. It remains constant. So in the case of SUMIF and COUNTIF or VLOOKUP, it is the range that is now made absolute, not the value now. It is the range that is made absolute. So that's why F2 to F214 has been made absolute. D2 to D214 has been made absolute, while the criteria remains relative. Okay? And so if we must bring this on the same page, then we have to also make them absolute. So COUNTIF will make it absolute also. And then, so that means that, so if you have done yours before, you should go and make B2 to B214, maybe for your COUNTIF, or F2 to F214, or D2 to D214 to become absolute. So that is when you can be sure that your result is correct. And that's also, so by tomorrow, what we'll be doing VLOOKUP, we are going to see it, because that is also what creates problem for people when they are using VLOOKUP. If you don't make your range absolute, if you don't have absolute reference, then it will shift. And that's when you now begin to see non-applicable, not available, or something like that. And that error will now scatter all your VLOOKUP work. Okay.